Litigation Baraza. Can we see an applause? Because some of us have been here the first time. Welcome, welcome, welcome. On behalf of the co-conveners, I take the opportunity to welcome you. I am going to walk this journey with you once again as your Baraza facilitator. I am Solomon Nakawesi. I identify as a Pan-Africanist because I am not sure where my great-grandparents were when the Berlin Conference was happening, so I don't claim one nationality. And I am going to travel this journey with you with a team of other resource persons. My role is very exciting and very simple, is to steer and walk with you the journey. We have a very interesting program, and the program has both closed sessions and then sessions that are live on YouTube. This is one of the open sessions that we are having here physically, as well as thousands and millions of people following us online. I'll take the opportunity to, before we start, to request us to start with the anthems. We'll start with the East African anthem, and then the Uganda anthem, and then the Haki anthem. So I'd like to take the opportunity to request you to stand, and then we have the anthems, and then we can proceed with the program. Thank you. Can we have, we are being requested whether we can project the anthems so that everybody follows.
Mungu twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Haki tasimama imara kwako, ubingwa mkuu kwa afya na haki, kwa mioyo iliyoungana, huruma na utu, kwa afya na haki, fahari ya Afrika. Tafiti za kina, elimu daima, twakuza ari, kuwafani tukufu, uwezo wa Afrika, twakuza mkuu kwa afya na haki, kwa mioyo iliyoungana, huruma na utu, kwa afya na haki, fahari ya Afrika. Twafunza, tujifunza kwa wingi tamaduni, twafika anga mpya kwa afya na haki, twastawi maarifa na desturi za Afrika kwa afya na haki. The African with pride, haki, twasimama imara kwako, ubingwa mkuu kwa afya na haki, kwa mioyo iliyoungana, huruma na utu, kwa afya na haki, fahari ya Afrika.
Thank you very much. You can take your seats. Can I request Irene to come and talk about language justice, which channels and how we are going to use the translation? The meeting is going to run in 3 languages: English, Portuguese, and Spanish. Irene, can you please join us here?
Good morning. We have interpretation gadgets on your tables. English is channel 1, channel 2 is Portuguese, and channel 3 is Spanish. And we kindly request you to leave the gadgets on the tables when you're stepping out, because you have to recharge them for tomorrow. Thank you. Yeah, English is channel 1, channel 2 is Portuguese, channel 3 is Spanish. In case of any help, in case of any request, just raise your hand and we shall assist you.
Thank you very much. Now, we'll begin with first things first. Some of us would love to have our pictures taken. And being in this space where we respect consent, those of us that would like to have our images appear and the videos, please make sure you've signed the consent form at the registration. And also, those of us that would not like to have our images taken, we have a table that we have reserved. Can we see the person put up their hand on that table? There's a table there where our tech team is, and also the tags will be different. We'd like to request that you please respect those that do not want to have their pictures taken, even when we are taking personal pictures. Let us seek consent because it's very important, and safeguarding in the work we do is extremely important because of the issues we deal with and our different contexts where we operate. So, we are here for the 3rd annual Baraza. Let's see by a show of hands, who has been at the first Baraza? Who has been at the first Baraza? Okay. Who has been at the second Baraza in 2024? The number kept growing. Okay, who is here for the first time? Okay, so let's have the people that came for the first and second Baraza clap for those ones that have come for this Baraza. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And the Baraza is a space where it's curated to allow us have an exchange of conversations, learn from each other, share our successes, share our strategies, share our vulnerabilities, and collectively co-create the future that we like to see in the work we do around reproductive justice. Still again, this Baraza is another such space. And we've sent you a logistics note, as well as the program, as well as have printed copies that you have with you. It's curated in a way that there is a mix of sessions. We are going to have plenaries, we are going to have short stories, we are going to have poem and artistic expression, we are going to have parallel sessions to deepen, and more importantly, we are obliged to network with each other during the break times, the evenings, and the dinners. So please take the opportunity for us to be able to learn from each other. So who is here? We are here as continents in the Global South. It's one of the ways in which we are really walking the talk of global South to South exchange. So I'll ask our representatives from Latin America and the Caribbean to stand up so that we acknowledge that they are here and we welcome them. Delegates from Africa, welcome Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. We know it took you hours and hours and hours to connect from Latin America to Africa. And in Africa, we have various parts of Africa. I'll begin with requesting delegates that are coming in from West Africa to stand up for recognition. West Africa? Buki, you're seated. West Africa? Hey, please, let's welcome West Africa in style. You're welcome. Let's have those that come in from Central Africa. Central Africa. Yes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's welcome delegates from North Africa. Okay. Let's welcome delegates from Southern Africa. And let's welcome delegates from East Africa. So we are here in our diversities, but in unity. And we are also going to have a process of where language does not stop us from exchange. So let's, as much as possible, try to speak slowly for the translation and interpretation, but more importantly, avoid jargons, because jargons mean so many things, and there is a burden of misinterpretation. So our day today is under the theme, setting the wheels in motion. What does it mean? We are walking again this journey. We are moving, and we have a very packed day. The day has, between now and break time, we have welcome remarks, we have opening remarks, and then we're going to frame the moment and have a keynote before we break off for break. With that, I'd like to invite my panel that is going to welcome us to tell us why are we here. And also, of all things that we need to talk about, what are we talking about? Why are we talking about reproductive justice litigation? But even also, of all the topics, why is that topic incarceration and SRHR in Africa? Why that particular topic? And also, what vision they would like to see. I'd like to take the opportunity to invite Professor Ben Twinomugisha. He's a professor of law in Makerere University, an ardent author, and also he is the chair of the Board of Trustees for Afya na Haki. Professor Ben, please take your seat at the front. That's not enough for a professor of law and a chair of Haki. And then I'd like to then invite Molly Kosi, who is the chair of the African Reproductive Justice Alliance, ARJA, Interim Executive Committee. For those of you who were in the first Baraza, we said we can't continue just coming for a year. We need to organize ourselves into an alliance. And Molly, thank you very much for steering us. You're welcome. The third person that I'll invite to the panel is Dr. Moses Mulumba. He is the Director General of Afya na Haki, and he's one of our hosts here. He's going to tell us why are we here. and why that particular topic. Let's welcome Dr. Moses. I'd like to, the next two presenters are not yet here, Dr. Charles Solaro and Honorable Norbert Mao, but we are informed that they're on their way. So as that is happening, I'll help take the humility to warm a seat as we're waiting for them when we are doing the welcome remarks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Salome, for the facilitation so far. We have met before, those who were in the first and second Baraza. I'm not very good at protocol, but I don't know what to do because I'm used class. But I will just show my wife in absentia. She takes the first priority in terms of protocol. Honorable Justice Professor Dr. Lillian Echirikubinza, my doctoral supervisor, Justice of the Supreme Court, everybody here. They say protocol observed. I think maybe I should stop there. I am a retired teacher of law at Makerere. I left end of May this year, and I'm now a freelance law teacher. I thank everybody who has contributed to this, the Board of Trustees, the Director General and staff, senior management, and all of you are welcome to the third Reproductive Justice Litigation Baraza 2025. The theme is incarceration and sexual reproductive health and rights in Africa, defining pathways to reproductive justice. I like this theme because some years back, I led a study by Human Rights and Promotion Forum about enforcement of criminal abortion laws in Uganda. We interviewed a number of subjects to this study, and I can tell you these laws are actively enforced, at least in this country. Secondly, I find defining pathways to reproductive justice very important to me because litigation is not a panacea to handling reproductive injustices, whether in Africa or Latin America. It's one of the pathways. We must think about other pathways that unravel the structural and systemic causes of reproductive injustices in our continents. The normative scope and content of sexual reproductive health and rights generally, and reproductive justice in particular, have over the years been handled right from CEDAW in 1979, 1993, Vienna, where women's rights were recognized as women's rights, 1994 at Cairo, which marked a paradigm shift from focus on population growth and looking at women as objects of population control and now as subject of rights. But of course, at Cairo, the question of, for example, choice in terms of abortion was not adequately tackled. Even a year later in Beijing, nothing much came out. And we have seen many other consensus documents on self-motherhood, Nairobi, and others. Until 2003, we got a jewel in the form of the Maputo Protocol, the protocol, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, which, as we all know, is the first treaty to, one, focus on women's rights in Africa, and secondly, to treat human rights in an interrelated, indivisible, and interdependent fashion. But above all, it brought out the norms at Cairo and Beijing, and even CEDAW, into Article 14, in terms of recognizing women's right to health, including the sexual and reproductive health and rights, in terms of women's rights to control their fertility, access to family planning, right to make decisions about reproduction, including the number and spacing of children, medical abortion in cases of sexual assault, rape, incest, and when the pregnancy endangers the mother or fetus. This was a fundamental development building on earlier documents, but here we have it in hard law. But all of the above are summarized by Sister Song in terms of reproductive justice: the right to have a child, the right not to have a child, and the right to have a child in safe and healthy environments. You can see that reproductive justice definition moves beyond a narrow focus on abortion or choice, as it were, to even unravel the structural and systemic causes of violations of sexual and reproductive health and rights. As we know, Africa and other third world countries have worrying levels of reproductive injustices. In terms of the North-South relations in Africa, whether in terms of maternal mortality and morbidity, whether it is in terms of neonatal challenges, we have serious challenges as countries of the South. We have limited access to health care, including maternal health care, whether it is labor and delivery care, including obstetric care, whether it is forced sterilization in some areas, and safe abortion, where we are going to talk about the restrictive criminal laws on abortion, where you find that across the continent, most countries you find they recognize the protection or preservation of the mother's life as a ground for abortion, and in most others, the restrictions continue. The early and forced marriages, teenage pregnancies, the last time I checked, Uganda has been stagnating at 24-25% in terms of teenage pregnancies. Limited access to family planning or contraceptive services. Female genital mutilation, which at times I call female genital cutting. Sexual and gender-based violence, rape, incest, sexual assault, defilement, etc. Lack of comprehensive sexuality education, and all these in terms of intersectionality are exacerbated by other variables such as class, that is poverty, disability, HIV, a lack of political will, inequitable gender relations, etc. As we talk about these issues in this Baraza, I would like us to think about a number of issues. And I would be glad if at the end of it, when we are adopting this African Charter, we take the discourse beyond litigation. Because to me, litigation is important, because one brings matters before the media, the public opinion, judges learn from it, lawyers learn from it, then it leads to policies, etc. But that is not enough. One, what was the state of reproductive justice in pre-colonial societies in Africa? And as I've told you, I adopted the reproductive justice definition by Sister Song: the right to have a child, the right not to have a child, and the right to have a child in safe and healthy environments. How were these reproductive injustices handled in pre-colonial times? We cannot generalize the pre-colonial era because each society varied from one place to the next. What role did the Ubuntu philosophy, play? I am because we are, since you are, therefore I am. How a teenage pregnancy is handled. We may say cultural practices at that time, all of them were wrong. But I want us to know that there are certain values that we can learn from there. Number two, what was the impact of colonialism on reproductive justice in Africa? What was the impact of colonialism on reproductive justice in Africa? How do colonial legacies continue to shape and reproduce reproductive injustices in Africa? I don't have time, but as I was reading last night, I found that in some areas in Africa, they had a way of handling abortion, for example. They had a way of handling child spacing. Now, when the colonialists came and they made customary laws and values subservient to their laws, they imposed these criminal laws on Africa. How do we decolonize the legal frameworks imposed upon us? So I want us to think about decolonization, or you can call it decoloniality. So we need to look at how we can decolonize this. I'm happy because in some countries, baby steps have been made, but important. In Rwanda, a lot has taken place. I was talking to Tom Mulisa this morning about a bill that was passed this week, where the low age of consent for adolescents has been made 15, and questions of surrogacy and some other aspects of assisted reproductive technology have been handled. Rwanda, as we know, has domesticated Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol. Kenya, we know in Kenya, a number of cases have been adjudicated upon. The JMM case, the FIDA Kenya case, the Park case. In Malawi, the CM versus the hospital director of Queen Elizabeth. So many cases have taken place. We know in South Africa, the Choice of Termination of Pregnancy Act. We know in Ethiopia, the developments that have taken place when their criminal code was amended to allow abortion on demand in terms, especially in the first trimester. We know in Mozambique, the developments that came out, and recently in Benin, and I will not go into that. So Africa is on the move, and developments are coming up. But what lessons can be drawn from other jurisdictions, especially Latin America? Because we have delegates here. Last time I learned a lot from Latin America. What developments have taken place since the last Baraza that Africa can learn from? And what lessons again can Latin America learn from Africa? You have heard of the developments in the countries I've talked about. I have already said litigation is not a panacea. So I want us to interrogate that. Part of the challenge, as a former legal practitioner who practiced for a number of years, I know the challenges come when you obtain an order or a decree. The enforcement. Okay? We got petition 16 on maternal health, of which I was one of the petitioners. But of course, we are still continuing to ensure that we push for the structural interdicts, the orders that were granted by the court. What are the structural and systemic causes of reproductive injustices in Africa and the third world? What's the role of neoliberalism here? The structured adjustment programs that have commodified healthcare, including maternal health services. What's the role of the third world debt in all this? What's the role of limited access to markets in these other countries? We must move beyond the normative and interrogate the root causes of these injustices. I'm about to finish, Solomon. Yes. What strategies have we devised in Africa and Latin America to navigate the hostile environment, both internal and external? During this Baraza, we are going to hear about the US foreign policy, the executive orders that are always passed by Republicans when they come into government. You have heard of Project 2025. You have heard all those. In Uganda, people are talking about the Charter of African Values. Is it Uganda or other places? I was reading it last night. Maybe I read so many things. The Charter of Africa, I think. I read it last night when I was preparing for this. And they came up Charter of African Values. Then, finally, on that point, how can a lack of political will to promote sexual and reproductive health and rights be tackled? In 2017, I delivered a professorial inaugural lecture in Makerere on maternal health rights, politics, and the law. And I diagnosed the problem that women are not getting, accessing, and utilizing these services, etc. And I said, talked about challenges of corruption and others. Then I said, what is the solution? And I said, regime change in a democratic way. So the Ugandans, the other countries who are here, how do we tackle that? One of the ways we have is the right to vote. Vote wisely. With those few words, I welcome you to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Ben. You'll all agree that he's really a professor of law and has a way in which he crafts his words in a way that really enables us to understand what is at stake for us, but also how best can we get around that. I'd like to take the opportunity to invite Mauli to tell us as Arja, what is the position? Why are we here? Of all the things we need to be doing, why are we here in this first week of August? Molly, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Salome, and thank you very much, Professor Ben. You have really broken the ice. All protocols observed, honorable ministers, esteemed justices, distinguished commissioners, fellow delegates, lawyers, scholars, advocates, and friends of reproductive justice. Good morning. I come here standing on the shoulders of giants, and the Alliance being a first step to building a movement in Africa for reproductive justice litigation. It is both with a deep honor and a profound privilege to welcome all of you to the third Reproductive Justice Litigation Baraza. It's been convened under a very powerful theme, incarceration and SRHR in Africa, defining pathways to reproductive justice. As we gather here on the shores of Lake Victoria, we are reminded of the power of place, community, and of intention, true to our African roots. This Baraza is not just a conference. It is a movement space, a community gathering, a strategy room, and most importantly, a site of resistance. We come together today at a time of intensifying pushback against bodily autonomy, human rights, and feminist legal thought across the continent. We have witnessed how our legal systems, many still rooted in colonial frameworks, are being wielded to incarcerate rather than to protect, to punish care rather than to promote health, and to silence the voice of those who dare to advocate for reproductive justice. But we also come into this space with power. We come with stories, with strategies, with precedents, with collective memory, and we come with purpose. Over the next few days, we will unpack the ideologies and systems that sustain the criminalization of sexual and reproductive health decisions in Africa. We will share lessons from Latin America and across the global South. We will honor the courage of survivors, the wisdom of litigants and activists, and the resilience of those who have resisted the criminalization of sexual and reproductive health rights, not only in the criminal justice system, but also in their own societies and in their homes as well. As the chair of the African Reproductive Justice Litigation Alliance, I am particularly proud that this Baraza centers not only on litigation, but litigation in service of women and girls across Africa. This means centering lived experiences, interrogating the law, building coalitions across disciplines and geographies, all in pursuit of reproductive justice. It means defending the African values of community, care, and dignity, just as Professor Ben mentioned about how we have the values of Ubuntu, or Ubuntu. Even as those values are being distorted by regressive agendas, we still push through. Over the course of the Baraza, we will delve into the complexities of advancing reproductive justice and decriminalizing sexual and reproductive health and rights. And our goal is to take essential historic steps to codify our collective vision for liberation and serve as a strong testament that we will not wait for permission, but we will demand justice. Let me end by saying thank you. Thank you for showing up, not only just physically today, but also emotionally and through your amazing work when you go back to your homes. Thank you to our host, Afya na Haki, and all our co-conveners and partners, to the hosts of yesterday's pre-Baraza events, which led us into this space with clarity and gave us the fire to enter into the Baraza. And to every one of you that has traveled from far and wide, we thank you for your time. Let us use this time wisely. Let us be bold. Let us be unapologetic. Welcome to the Baraza. The work continues, the struggle continues, and so does our resistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Molly, and the Africa Reproductive Justice Alliance Interim Executive Committee for anchoring this space, but even also for doing so much work in between. Because after we left 2024, we went back into our lives. We left this particular committee doing a lot of work, and part of the fruits of that work is what we are seeing here, where the Baraza is growing bigger and bigger and stronger. So my next speaker is one of our co-conveners, Dr. Moses Mulumba. He is the founding executive director of the Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, and the Director General of Afya na Haki. He has done a lot of work and carved a career in legal and public health and participated in a lot of litigating on several strategic litigation cases. He's here to share with us why are we here from Afya na Haki, but also where does he see this go? What is the vision that they as the co-conveners have for us for this particular space? Moses, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Salome. Our chief guest, the keynote speaker, the honorable justices, honorable commissioners, government dignitaries, colleagues, comrades from close and far, nothing gives me excitement like the annual Baraza, where we have the opportunity to not just get into the formal courts, but be in what we call the informal space to talk about formal things of litigations. I'll start with a story to probably paint a picture why we are here. In October 2006, the government of Uganda suspended activities of a community-based organization in one of the districts in Uganda. It's called Mukono District. These activities were for a project that was being rolled out by a Dutch artist, Christian von Honsleth. Under his project, he had a transaction. The community members that gave up on their names, they would receive a piglet. And if you're a Muslim, you would get a goat. In return, you had to swear an affidavit, and he contracted a law firm in Jinja and requested whoever was getting a piglet or a goat to add onto their national identity the name Honsleth. And part of the ceremony was for you to take a picture of the new identity card with the name Honsleth. So you retain the first name. If you're Moses Mulumba, you became Moses Honsleth. Forgot about your African name. He moved so fast that this particular village that was called Buteyongera was also supposed to be called Honsleth. So he started in June 2006. And by October 2006, he had over 300 followers with piglets and goats at home. We are forgetting so fast. It reached the national news. We then had a minister of ethics at that time. He was called James Nsababuturo. He responded in a press conference and accused Honsleth of being a cult leader, an obscene man, mentally deranged, evil, and racist. He added that the project of Honsleth was demeaning, and he promised to follow all the diplomatic measures available to push back on the project. Honsleth had an exhibition in Netherlands, in Copenhagen, and it was titled, "We Can Help You, but We Want to Own You." That was the tagline.
Check once. Check once.
No, I said it's true. I can feel the love. Can you feel it too? I can feel it. I can feel it. You know I said it's true. I can feel the love. Can you feel it too? I can feel it. I can feel it. Yeah. You know I said it's true. I can feel the love. Can you feel it too? I can feel it. I can feel it.
Check once.
Thank you, Solomon. So, exchange and replace to actually get a piglet or a goat. And as I indicated, and acceptable happening over this and Rukunjiri district that girls would actually receive. Punishments were all on sexual reproductive health related issues. I am not here to bring back the bad history, but I'm here that we've been so fast to actually castigate girls that lost lives. And those that survived on this island would be taken for free by men who were not able to pay for bride price. That's how far incarceration comes. But the thing is that on these that impact on sexual reproduction. But we've been very slow on the horns that continue to be a lingering legacy is what we continent. The same provisions as we shall be hearing are in Uganda, are in Malawi, are in Zambia, Tanzania, Kenya. We had one with the Mama Networks that also happened together with the Richer Hand, where the youth had an opportunity to engage on the same subject that we are talking about. And the Preclusion Project, we are always grateful to collaborate with you in this. The board of AHAKI, we want to thank you, Professor Ben, and the rest of the board members in a very special way, and the AHAKI staff that we are working with and collaborators. I think, Solomon, you are now officially an AHAKI staff. Over the last 3 years, we've worked with Solomon on this. Everything that goes right, it's that team. So our Haki staff, I want you to stand for recognition. Our Haki staff. Solomon, I see you're not standing up. So that is the team and the rest that are outside that are making things happen. Without them, this would not be possible. Anything that goes wrong, I am squarely responsible. We look forward to a dialogue and we look forward to a fruitful conversation. Thank you very much.
Okay, now I think we are settled in well. We're settled in formally and informally with the power blackout and the solutions we got. And we settled in well because we've got to know who is seated next to us. We got to talk to people. We're even actually just whipped to get back in. And that's the purpose of the Baraza. So I'll now take you to the next session that we are going to have jointly. We're going to, in the interest of time, but also part of the solutions that we had with the disruption we had with the power, we're going to have the opening remarks at the same time with the reframing the moment, and then also the keynote. And one of the reasons that we're going to have that is that we are going to unapologetically have a queendom. Do we know what a queendom is? Do we know a queendom? We know kingdoms. Do we know kingdoms? Do we know a queendom? We are unapologetically going to have a panel that has only women, and there is no apologies about that. And these are powerful women in the subject matter around incarceration and SRHR in Africa, defining pathways to reproductive justice. So I'll begin by introducing our keynote speaker, our chief guest, and they'll take their seat, and then I introduce our other guests that are going to be part of the queendom. I'd like to take the humility to introduce somebody that has inspired so many, Engineer Dr. Winnie Byanyima. She's the Executive Director of UNAIDS and an Under Secretary of the United Nations. She's a leader that has been respected globally because of her commitment to end AIDS by 2030. She's very passionate about health equity, and she's co-founded and being a co-chair of the People's Medicine Alliance that champions life-saving methodologies, and particularly for the Global South. She has worked extensively in key spaces that has shifted power relations globally. She was foundational in establishing the African Union Commission's Directorate of Gender and Development, and served as the Director of Gender and Development at the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. She's a co-founder of the Forum for Women in Democracy, a Ugandan NGO, where she has mentored many, including me. So if you admire me, pass on the accolades to Winnie. And she has global influence at the World Economic Forum, where she's a co-chair, and the World Commission on Climate Adaptation, and Prime Minister Trudeau G7 Gender Advisory Council, as well as the ILO Global Commission on the Future of Work, and the World Bank Advisory Council on Gender and Development. She holds the Master's in Mechanical Engineering from Cranfield University and a bachelor's degree in Aeronautical Engineering from the University of Manchester. She's a recipient of numerous accolades, including the 2023 Hall of Fame Award from the International Women's Forum, South Africa, and she holds honorary doctorates from the University of Manchester, her alma mater, and the Mount St. Vincent, Cranfield, and the Free State University. She holds 4 honorary doctorates. Welcome our chief guest, Honorable Winnie Byanyima. clap until she's seated, eh? Can you imagine? That is just a summary bio, eh? The long one is this long. Then, I'd like to take the humility and honor to invite our keynote speaker, Professor, Lady Justice Professor Lilian Tibatemwa Ekirikubenza. She's a justice of the Supreme Court of Uganda and one of Africa's legal scholars in advanced law degrees. Her extensive academic work focuses on criminal law, children's rights, juvenile justice, and gender equality. And she critically examines how social and structural factors influence legal outcomes for women and vulnerable groups. She has published extensively. One of these key publications is Women's Violent Crime in Uganda, More Sinned Against Than Sinning. If you've not seen it, please Google and get yourself that powerful publication. This publication challenges conventional views on female offenders, as well as key texts on homicide and sexual offenses in Uganda. She's a trailblazer in the academia. She was the first female associate and full professor of law in East Africa. And she has held senior roles in Makerere University, including acting as vice chancellor and deputy vice chancellor in charge of academic affairs. She's a fellow of the Uganda National Academy of Sciences and is a recognized promoter of women's education. Professor Tibatemwa continues to shape legal scholarship, policy reform, judicial practice on human rights, gender, and justice across Uganda and Africa. You're welcome, Lady Justice Professor Lilian. Let's clap. Let me tell you, let's clap until the roof goes off the Serena. The next person I'll invite is Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatolu Salah-Njie. He's a legal luminary who serves as managing partner of Torodo Chambers, a premier law firm in the Gambia. She also imparts her legal expertise as a lecturer of the Gambia Law School and holds an esteemed position of the as a commissioner of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Notably, she was appointed as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa at the 69th Ordinary Session of the Commission and is currently the Vice Chair of the Commission. She's recognized as a Woman of the Year 2022 and champions women's rights with dedication. She has a career of over 30 years that is marked by many achievements and accolades. She holds a bachelor's degree in law and a master's degree in law, as well as postgraduate diploma in legal drafting. Throughout her career, she has worked extensively in the public service in the Gambia, and also which culminated as the Solicitor General and Legal Secretary of the Republic of the Gambia. She has unwavering support for human rights and also works a lot around ensuring that women and children's rights take the forefront. She's a trailblazer and an advocate on the rights of women and other marginalized groups in Gambia and beyond. Welcome, Commissioner. Then we'll take a flight. Those of us that have gone to the Gambia know how complicated it is to move from East Africa to West Africa. Now let's assume we are picking a direct flight from the Gambia to Entebbe for us to introduce Her Excellency, Dr. Brenda Akia. She's the youngest African and first Ugandan to be elected as the Vice Chair and Rapporteur on the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. She also chairs the Africa Group on the CEDAW Committee and has strong foundations in the academia and a distinguished career in international law, criminal law, international human rights, and transnational justice, migration, and refugee law. She holds a master's degree in law conferred by Humboldt University in Berlin and the University of Western Cape, a bachelor's degree in law, as well as a postgraduate diploma in legal practice. She's one of the people that has been listed as counsel at the International Criminal Court. And received what they call a Diamond Jubilee Medal from the President of the Republic of Uganda. So, Brenda, you are welcome. Then lastly, I'll take the opportunity to introduce Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela. She's an esteemed jurist, legal scholar, champion for human rights over 3 decades, and has done a lot of work in criminal law, prosecution, and the African human rights arena. She's a commissioner of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and has done a lot of work as a special rapporteur on prisons and policing, as well as a rapporteur on women's rights and vice chairperson of key committees focusing on HIV and AIDS. She was instrumental in coordinating the Human Rights Unit of the Attorney General's Office and spearheading national reforms in her country as well as on the continental level. So you'll have to agree. Isn't it justified that we are having a queendom? Let's clap for our queendom. Okay. So we're going to start with Honorable Commissioner Janet to give her opening remarks, and then we'll move on to Her Excellency Dr. Brenda, and then Honorable Maria, and then we'll go on to our chief guest.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. Madam Facilitator, I know we're pressed for time, but I'm not going to do what the other speakers did. When we have a queendom, like you rightly said, we have to salute and recognize all the queens that are in the queendom. So, yes. Madam Facilitator, I will start with you, the facilitator of this session, with the brilliance and the efficacy which you are actually facilitating this session. I thank you very much and I recognize you, Madam Salwumi. I'd also like to recognize the chief guest of this occasion, Dr. Winnie. I'll just stop at Dr. Winnie because I don't want to butcher the second name. Dr. Winnie, Executive Director, UNAIDS. And thank you very much. And I just met you, and I've had the resume, and I think I'm really adequately impressed. I've also been interacting with the sister I discovered today, Lady Justice Lillian, erudite professor at the Makerere University, who's now a justice of the Supreme Court of Uganda. I salute you and I recognize you. My sister, Dr. Brenda, also, I recognize you. And of course, last but not the least, my sister and colleague from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela, who actually I'm standing on her shoulders because I took over the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women from her. So I'm standing on her shoulders, yes. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great honor and privilege to join you today to this important litigation baraza on the theme, incarceration and sexual reproductive health rights in Africa, defining pathways to reproductive justice. I'd like to start, first of all, by thanking the organizers of this convening. Afia Nahaki Institute, I peeped and I realized that it's an African institution of higher learning whose mission is to provide an integrated, Afrocentric, and interdisciplinary approach to teaching, learning, and research, and really this is quite profound and commendable. And what you do is actually so important for the continent. I think this is very important. Okay, so my height, okay, very well. For convening this critical conversation and centering an issue that remains neglected in many of our legal and human rights framework, the issue of sexual and reproductive health rights linking to incarceration. The intersection between incarceration and sexual and reproductive health rights is not merely abstract. It is an undeniable and deeply concerning reality, yet one that remains obscured in many public discourses. However, it is here in the margins of our societies and behind prison walls that some of the most egregious violations of women's rights occur, often in the shadows and with impunity. What we are witnessing across Africa is an alarming trend. The systematic criminalization of fundamental reproductive choices, with women and girls consistently being disproportionately and bearing the brunt of these punitive measures. Yes, we will recall that when we were doing the introduction, the moderator requested for those who are coming from each of the regions of the continent. And you will note that I stood for all the regions of the continent. I'm a Gambian citizen, but I'm not here in my capacity as a Gambian or as a West African. I'm here to represent the women of the continent. And I would like to share perspective from the continent as a whole. So that's why I'm here to represent the continent as a whole, and I come from all the regions of the continent. I'm an African in this context. So across the continent, we're witnessing increase in incarceration of women, many of them in prison for minor, non-violent offenses, often as a result of poverty, survival-based choices, and systemic discrimination. A large number of these women are detained under laws that criminalize abortion, sex work, petty trading, migration, laws that disproportionately target poor, marginalized, and racialized women, and reflect deep-seated structural injustice. Yes, we're talking about sexual and reproductive health rights, but I think if we're talking about pathways to justice for sexual and reproductive health rights, we should not just only focus on people who are incarcerated because of choices they've made arising from sexual and reproductive health rights. There may be women who may be incarcerated for other reasons, but they find themselves incarcerated in contexts in which their sexual and reproductive health rights are violated. So if we have to interrogate this issue, we have to integrate it comprehensively and not limit it just to those offenses that relate to choice in terms of abortion rights, contraceptive rights, and things like that. So I'm taking it from that perspective. But what is actually very pertinent is that taking the holistic approach is that we all know that prisons and detention facilities are by nature designed and built for male detainees in mind. They don't create and cater for women. As a result, women and girls in custody often lack access to the basic services related to their reproductive health. Pregnant women are denied antenatal care. Mothers give birth in inhumane conditions. Menstruating women are left without sanitary products or privacy, and far too many are subjected to sexual violence, coercion, or abuse, often by those tasked with guarding them. That's the reality. This is not just a public health crisis. It is a fundamental violation of human dignity and bodily autonomy. At the heart of this crisis lie the primitive legal frameworks that systematically transform women's and girls' personal health decisions and assertions of fundamental bodily autonomy into criminal offenses. This legal weaponization pushes already vulnerable individuals into secrecy, compelling them to seek essential health services, often in unsafe conditions, thereby increasing risk to their lives and well-being. Therefore, to talk of reproductive justice in the context of incarceration is to demand modern health services. It is to confront the entire architecture of inequality that criminalizes and marginalizes women in the first place. Reproductive justice is not just about the right to access contraception or maternal care. As we've been informed, by the chair of Haki is about the right to have children, not to have children, and to parent children in safe and dignified conditions. This must include not only women who are out in the public domain, but also incarcerated women who find themselves behind bars. Women in pretrial detention also. Adolescent girls in juvenile centers, and persons deprived of liberty. The conversation started before now was it over lunch? We had a discussion yesterday. Can you imagine a young person who's been incarcerated for 30 years and 40 years? By the time you come back out of jail, you've passed your reproductive age. So we're talking about a whole generation of people. Yesterday we had a discussion at lunch, we're talking about that. So when we talk about reproductive justice, we're not just talking about abortion-related things. It's a whole array of things that we have to interrogate comprehensively. How do we ensure that women actually are not deprived of their rights? And that we don't lose a whole generation of women just because of the systems we have in place. We cannot interrogate this issue without talking about the colonial past and the decolonization of the laws that we have. I think this was alluded to by Professor, the chairperson of AHAKI. So to truly address the profound injustices of the present regarding women's and girls' access to sexual and reproductive health rights in Africa, you must confront the past. It is a critical truth that many of the laws currently enforced across the African continent that criminalize sexual and reproductive health rights find their origins not in African diverse culture only, but in colonial legal systems. These frameworks imposed during periods of foreign domination were meticulously crafted instruments designed for specific purposes to control African bodies, to systematically suppress indigenous knowledge and practices related to health and sexuality. We were told about our own systems of family planning, our own systems of abortion that we had prior to the advent of the colonial master, and to deeply entrench patriarchal norms that often ran counter to pre-colonial societal structures. They serve as tools of social engineering, aiming to subjugate and reshape African society to fit colonial agendas, with lasting and damaging consequences for women and girls' autonomy and health. A critical point is that most African nations still uphold restrictive anti-abortion laws and criminalization of petty offenses, a direct legacy of colonial legal systems. Nothing to do with us, just following that. Okay, very well. Okay, very well. Thank you. I have a tendency to speak very fast, so I'll try my best. The punitive reach of these laws is evident across the continent. In Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and my very own country, the Gambia, abortion is illegal unless strictly necessary to save the pregnant woman's life. Very restrictive conditions. Nigeria and Uganda enforce severe penalties, including up to 14 years imprisonment for unlawful abortion, with the sole exception being to preserve the mother's life. Disturbingly, Malawi's criminal code broadens this criminalization to include individuals involved in self-managed abortions or those who provide crucial support or information about abortion access. So despite the hard-won battles for political independence across Africa, regrettably, the reality is that these laws still remain in our statute books. This is particularly evident in the criminal laws that regulate morality, sexuality, and reproduction. These laws often reflect foreign moralities or control mechanisms rather than the lived realities of the African continent, as I said. So what is the role of the mechanism of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women? Because I'm here to share what we do at the African Commission and my role as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I want to underline that the issues that we're discussing, the theme of this convening, falls squarely within the mandate of the Commission and the mechanisms we have developed to protect and promote the rights of women on the continent. Since the inception of the mechanism of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women, we celebrated 25 years last year, the mechanism has actively engaged with this critical issue through various avenues. This includes direct state engagements, targeted country visits, issuing urgent appeals, and statements on specific violations and thematic reporting that brings sexual and reproductive health rights concern to the fore. The mechanism also significantly supports government, civil society organizations, and affected communities, including incarcerated women and girls, in advocating for and implementing reforms that uphold their sexual and reproductive health rights. In this regard, my mandate is actively engaged in advocating for gender-responsive criminal justice system, including decriminalization of abortion and petty offenses. Like I said, petty offenses also lead to incarceration through violation of rights. Improve monitoring with a lens on sexual and reproductive health rights. Support to civil society and advocacy efforts. Recently, we've been involved also in trying to file amicus brief to guide courts in actually applying the standards, the regional standards that we have. And most recently, we are pushing for the ratification and the implementation, not only of the Maputo Protocol, which we've been referred to, which is basically the ground norm for women's rights within the continent, but also the newly adopted AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which contains strong protection relevant to women in detention and other institutional settings. These are things that we are doing. Beyond that, also, the mechanism has been collaborating very closely, because the way we work at the African Commission, we collaborate a lot. This morning, I had a chat with my colleague from the Commission, and she underscored the fact that women's rights runs through all the mechanisms of the African Commission. There is no mechanism of the African Commission that doesn't have a women's rights. So this deals with the issue of intersectionality of women's rights issues at the African Commission. So in that vein, the mechanism has been working very closely with the Special Rapporteur on prisons, conditions of detention and prisons in Africa, and we have increasingly recognized the intersection between gender, incarceration, and reproductive justice, working together to solve the problem in terms of what happens behind bars. Several resolutions have been adopted, which I'll just refer you to. Resolution 360 on the need to decriminalize petty offenses in Africa. I'm sure my colleague will talk about it. Adopted by the African Commission. And following the adoption of the resolution, then we have the principles on the decriminalization of petty offenses in Africa in 2018. We called for states to eliminate laws that disproportionately affect vulnerable groups, including women. Both mechanisms have supported this through advocacy and joint stakeholder engagement, particularly within the study on the impact of criminalization of petty offenses on human rights in Africa. The study highlights the gendered consequences of arbitrary arrest and detention. These efforts underscore the need for harmonized approaches across the African Commission's mechanisms to uphold sexual and reproductive health rights of incarcerated and at-risk population, ensuring that no one is left behind in the pursuit of justice. Also, in 2007, the mandate, even before I joined, the African Commission adopted a resolution on the health and reproductive rights of women in Africa, Resolution 110. The resolution urged states which had not yet ratified the Maputo Protocol to do so promptly and without reservations. The resolution also urges states to protect the health and reproductive rights of women as stipulated in the protocol. We also had in 2014 the very celebrated instrument, which was the General Comment number 2 on Article 14. Those of you who are very familiar with the Maputo Protocol know the importance of Article 14. It was so important, and because of the challenges that were being faced, we partnered with our very valued partner. I can see IPAS's logo over there, with IPAS to develop a general comment to have interpretive text to help states in terms of implementation of Article 14.1a, b, c, and f. It highlighted the limited access by women and girls to family planning, criminalization of abortion, and difficulties faced in accessing safe and available abortion, including in cases where abortion is legalized. The general comment provides very useful interpretative guide overall to states. My mandate also recognizes that abortion laws and practices across Africa disregard the fundamental reality that abortion is an intrinsic component of women's reproductive health. Many of the laws are ambiguously drafted and not very clear and leading to criminalization. These are some of the challenges. So therefore, we actually launched a campaign together with partners on the decriminalization of abortion and popularization of the general comment. Also, on the so many initiatives, in 2024, we adopted a resolution for the development of a model law. Because of the challenges and the vagueness and the lack of clarity, it is hoped that when we have a clear and comprehensive model law, this model law will guide states to know how to implement the relevant provisions of the Maputo Protocol, and in particular, those relating to sexual and reproductive health rights. Also, one of the things that we face at the African Commission, despite the massive and gross violation of women's rights, we realize that we don't have that many cases coming to the Commission, litigating on women's rights generally, and in particular, sexual and reproductive health rights. So actually, to deal with these issues, we've actually adopted a resolution to embark on the study, to interrogate what are the challenges, why is it that we have not been able to litigate women's rights, despite the fact that we keep lamenting and we know what is happening. But we all know what the problem is because we are all women's rights advocates at the national context. We know that at the national context, people don't litigate that much on women's rights. And if you don't litigate at the national context, you cannot come to the African Commission. Because our system is such that you have to exhaust local remedies before you can come to the African Commission. So what we are experiencing at the African Commission is a direct result of the lack of litigation at the national level. So we are going to a diagnostic study to see what are the problems, what are the challenges, and looking for concrete recommendations. And we are hoping that all of you will have a role to play, because the way we work at the African Commission, we work together with partners, civil society, to ensure that whatever work we are doing, we have the input of all. We also have a challenge with regard to reservations. The good professor told us that the Maputo Protocol is one of the most progressive. But the challenge we have is that so many countries that have ratified have entered reservations. And the most reserved article is Article 14, which deals with sexual and reproductive health rights of women. So these are challenges. So as a result, we've adopted a resolution to look at a framework to assist countries to see, because when you enter a reservation, you're not supposed to enter a reservation and go to sleep. You're supposed to work on it and ensure your reservations are lifted. So we've actually developed, adopted a resolution to help develop a framework to guide states as to how do we ensure we lift reservations. So what is important is that in terms of after 2 decades of the Maputo Protocol, because in 2003, we celebrated Maputo at 20. And despite the advocacy in Africa for the right to safe and legal abortion in line with the protocol, criminalization persists across many African countries. Criminal laws on abortion, which often involve harassment, threats of arrest, imprisonment of women, making reproductive health decisions criminal, enforced discriminatorily. These laws disproportionately impact the most vulnerable women and girls. So you find that it becomes a luxury as to who can actually take a choice, depending on your status. So you find that it's the poor and marginalized people who find themselves in jail, because we know that they are not the only ones who undergo the procedure. But this is rather unfortunate. A point to note is that making abortion illegal or criminalizing it does not reduce abortion rates. Women will do what they need to do. It does not reduce abortion rates. It pushes more women towards unsafe backstreet procedures. So it is imperative to halt these unnecessary and preventable deaths. Poor women who live in rural settings and lack access to education face the highest risk of harassment, investigation, arrest, prosecution, and imprisonment for seeking abortion from law enforcement officials. Moreover, the fear of prosecution often causes women to delay or avoid seeking treatment at public hospitals or clinics. This vulnerability forces them to seek services in hiding from unqualified individuals and in settings unequipped to offer safe abortion services, leading to preventable deaths and morbidities. So while the protocol is very progressive, we still have the challenge of implementation. That's the biggest challenge. I'll just run you through a few countries because, like I said, it's important we know what is happening within the continent. I will start with Uganda. Uganda has entered reservation on Article 14.1a, which calls for adequate, affordable, and accessible health services, and Article 14.2c, focusing on protecting women's reproductive rights. And this has significantly limited women's reproductive autonomy and has contributed to high rates of unwanted pregnancies and unsafe abortions, particularly among survivors of rape and incest. In Kenya, reservation is on Article 14.2c, which contradicts the Kenyan constitution, because the Kenyan constitution is one of the most progressive, but we still have that reservation in Kenya. And this is leading to huge numbers of maternal deaths annually from unsafe abortion. In Mauritius, we have reservation under Article 14.2c, just a snapshot of some of the country. And this has prevented the provision of comprehensive reproductive health care while allowing abortion under very limited circumstances. In Cameroon, the government declared that its accession does not endorse or promote homosexuality, abortion, except therapeutic abortion, genital mutilation, prostitution, or any other practice inconsistent with universal or African ethical and moral values. I'm just doing my hands like this, just to quote, what are African ethical and moral values? We've been told here that in Africa, before the advent of the colonial masters, we had our own ways of doing things. We have our own ways of solving our problems. So these are some of the challenges we have. What can we do? I think it is obvious that judicial pronouncement can be used to actually solve the problem. Somebody said judges can be activists. I call it judicial activism. We can rely on judges to actually do the writing in terms of interpretation of text and ensuring that they use the instruments that states have ratified in their judgments. So civil society, lawyers are here, judges are here. We can actually, in our advocacy, use the instruments and present those instruments to the judges. And judges in turn will actually, in their decisions, use that. So strategic litigation is the way forward in ensuring that we can do something. Under the protective mandate of the African Commission, we may receive communication against state parties from the African Charter and the Maputo Protocols. So we urge individuals, NGOs, and groups of individuals to actually continue approaching the Commission. I think the Commission may be faulted also because to date, we haven't had a pronouncement whereby we found a state in violation of provisions dealing with sexual and reproductive health rights. We had the opportunity in the case of Community Law Center and 3 others against the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where the complainants indeed alleged violation of Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol on access to sexual and reproductive health rights. This included women's access to affordable health care within reasonable distances and the right to safe abortion in cases of sexual assault. So many relevant articles relevant to Article 14 and sexual reproductive health rights. Unfortunately, in our ruling, the Commission found that the complainant did not provide the details necessary to conclude that Article 14 has been violated. But the lesson here is that for litigators who appear before the Commission, because we are quasi-judicial bodies, we cannot descend into the arena, and we cannot provide evidence and facts. The lesson to be learned is that in future, litigants should be aware of what satisfies the required threshold of evidence necessary to support applications under Article 14. So this is something that can be used. But however, despite this, at the national level, there have been so many inroads in terms of litigating sexual reproductive health rights. In the case in Rwanda, it was held that a minor who becomes pregnant because of sexual violence has a legal right to abortion. And that's quite progressive. And that is the case in Rwanda. The court relied on Article 14.2 of the Maputo Protocol to arrive at the decision, and this is a step in the right direction. Also in LC against Peru, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, involving a 13-year-old girl who fell pregnant after being repeatedly raped by a neighbor, determined that denying survivors of sexual violence access to safe abortion constitutes a violation of women's human rights, including constituting cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. So these are good inroads. So it is also important that we've adopted a resolution, and we want to make sure that we have more litigations being carried out. The overarching objective is that we want to engage on an analytical study that will ensure that we have good recommendations that we can comment to civil society, the states, and ensure that we can have good cases brought to the Commission, and also undertake training to prepare litigants before the Commission to be able to put together the necessary evidence and facts. Now today is evidence-based advocacy and making sure that we are able to present that to the Commission. As I conclude, I urge all of us to reflect on the critical insights shared on the unjust intersection of incarceration and sexual and reproductive health rights, the persistent shadow of colonial legal legacies, and the vital role of the mechanism of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Men in driving change. We have seen how the Maputo Protocol, a truly groundbreaking instrument, offers a roadmap to progress. It offers a roadmap to progress, but we have to use it to make sure that that roadmap is realized. Because otherwise, it will just remain a roadmap on paper and it won't serve any purpose. So we have to be able to actually together work. The journey ahead is still complex and demands not just legal reform, but a fundamental shift in societal mindset. It calls for courageous leadership from member states to heed the call for decriminalization, lead the reservations to the Maputo Protocol, and prioritize the health and dignity of every woman and girl. It requires sustained collaboration amongst all stakeholders, governments, civil society, legal practitioners, judges, and communities to ensure that legal victories translate into lived realities. But we cannot do this alone. And this is where the role of strategic litigation and spaces like this Baraza become indispensable. We must use the law as a tool of liberation, not incarceration. We must challenge discriminatory legislation and policy and support test cases that bring lived experiences to the courtroom and build jurisprudence that affirms reproductive justice as a core component of human rights. At the same time, we must intentionally center the voices of incarcerated women themselves. I'm grateful and I was very happy when I learned that there are survivors here. They cannot be just passive victims, but as right holders and agents of change. Without their testimony, their leadership, and their vision, any solution risks being incomplete or tokenistic. Finally, we must work in solidarity across borders, sectors, and movements, whether you are a lawyer, health professional, policymaker, activist, a judge, law enforcement officer. I've seen an officer sitting out there. This is your fight too. You must work together. The measure of our commitment to justice is not how we treat the free, but how we protect the most vulnerable, those behind bars, those denied dignity, and those whose voices have been silenced by systems designed not for justice but control. As we commence this Baraza, we have to commence with renewed urgency and shared resolve to name the injustice. We must litigate with purpose and build an Africa where reproductive justice is not the preserve of the privilege, but a right guaranteed to every woman, everywhere, even behind bars. Reproductive justice is not a privilege. It is a right, enforceable, indivisible, and inalienable. And I repeat, even behind bars. In law and in life, dignity must be non-negotiable. Your dignity and personal dignity must be non-negotiable. And justice must reach the most confined places, wherever you are, whether you are in the privileged environment like this, in the communities, or in the corners, narrow corners of prisons and jails. And of course, even when you find, I was having a discussion with my sister from Nigeria, and she was telling me about what happens in conflict settings. So if you think that the things are bad, you must just interrogate what happens in a conflict setting where the systems are all down. So we must actually make sure that when we actually look at this, we look at it holistically and go beyond just abortion rights but also those who actually commit other offenses but find themselves in jail where their sexual and reproductive rights are actually violated. I look forward to the deliberations that will inspire and to interacting with you, and I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner Janet, for your opening remarks. I'd like to request that we give an applause to Honorable Norbert Mao, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs of the Republic of Uganda. He's joined us. And so now we'll proceed with Her Excellency, Dr. Brenda Keir, to tell us what is happening on the part of the CEDAW committee. You're welcome, Brenda.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. And first, I'd like to say thank you so much to Ahaki for this Baraza and for bringing all of us here together. And then I'd like to say Your Excellencies on the panel, and of course, Solomon, the facilitator, you guys have broken glass ceilings. I stand here, and I'm sure many of us young people here, okay, I'm not young, but I mean many of the colleagues in front stand here because of you shattered those glass ceilings to enable us pass through. So thank you, and thank you very much. And of course, to all of us in the room, we are here because you are here because you work on sexual and reproductive health. Your work matters, your voice matters. We need to be, I salute you for the great effort that you're doing. And I guess as Commissioner Janet said, it's solidarity and it's always joint efforts for us to get change and see the change in women and girls' rights. So I will say, I speak from an angle that I have the privilege to monitor 189 member states who are all state parties to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, commonly known as the CEDAW Convention. This means I have a 360 view of the 189 member states on how they protect women and girls' rights, in this case, on how they implement the CEDAW Convention or how they protect women's sexual and reproductive health rights. And of course, the different categories of women who we say CEDAW, we refer to them as disadvantaged groups of women, including women in detention. We call them women in detention. That's the language we use. Of course, we are calling them incarcerated women here. But if I say women in detention, I do mean the same thing. So from this 360 view that I have, I think all of us will agree that I have about 4 findings. One, the world is in turmoil. I don't know if we agree to that, but for me, the world is in turmoil. We have seen progress in women and girls' rights. We celebrate that. But right now, with the current situation, it is in turmoil. Women's rights are in turmoil. We've seen the backlash, the confidence of these alliances fighting against women and girls' rights boldly. It is in turmoil. And then two, we say women's rights, but sexual and reproductive health rights are also in turmoil, and they remain very turbulent. And of course, women and girls continue to face discrimination in accessing sexual and reproductive health services. I'm sure many of us here, and the minister is here, because when we're having state party delegations, we have high-level representation from the government, usually led by ministers of justice, minister of gender, or even the presidents usually present to us. You'll hear them make statements, and I'm sure even us in our day-to-day work, we'll hear them make statements. We are committed to promoting women and girls' rights. We have done this. We are committed to advancing substantive equality. We are committed. We provided so and such and such and such. The numbers have risen from 20 to this. And you're saying, yes, of course, we do celebrate and we pursue the commitment. And you're like, yeah, the commitment is if we didn't take women and girls' rights seriously, we would not have ratified Maputo, would not have ratified CEDAW Convention. And we are here before you. This manifests our commitment. Yes, Your Excellency, Honorable Mao, that reflects your commitment. But when you look, come down on ground, like we all are here, we work on ground, the reality is different. 46 years after CEDAW, Beijing, like Professor said, how many years now? 30. This year we celebrate 30 years of Beijing. Maputo, it's 22 years. We've seen progress, yes, but the reality is terrible. Women and girls, especially those in conflict, like Commissioner said, refugees, migrants, those in detention, continue to face unequal access to sexual and reproductive health rights. 2030 SDG targets are coming up. We said we need to meet, by 2030, we should have 70 per 100,000 live births, maternal mortality. What are the numbers in many African countries? I'm sure all of us here have lost friends and sisters and family members to maternal mortality. Neonatal deaths, there is no excuse. So we still see that. Then the issue, and I know we've talked about abortion, but there's also this aspect of forced sterilization, where are forced into sterilization without their full consent. That's a big issue. Women and girls with disabilities are forced into forced sterilization without their full consent. When you look at women human rights defenders, we are all here. That is who we are. Many of you are subjected to arrest. You're put in detention. And what happens to your sexual and reproductive health rights when you're in detention, I guess, is the conversation we'll have here. So we do continue to see the specific barriers and the challenges. Of course, as I mentioned, the limited access to maternal and neonatal health. And I think maybe this is a conversation I could slip this in. Oftentimes, we are celebrating maternal health, and there's been a lot of advocacy around maternal health, but there's not a lot of focus on neonatal health. And yet, in my view, these two go together, because neonatal, it's girls dying. So there's been a lot of advancement. We've seen reduced rates in maternal mortality, but when you look at the numbers on neonatal, you will cry. Please go do the research and you will see we're in a terrible state in that regard. Then there's the continued non-compulsory nature of gender-sensitive, accessible, age-appropriate, comprehensive sexual and reproductive health and rights information across all sectors. Then we look at the situation of women living in poverty. So many of us, so generally all women are really subjected to these gross violations. An important factor that I know we may talk about, but I would like to highlight are two very specific things. One is the funding crisis to sexual and reproductive health rights. We've all seen what's going on. I don't know how many of us are impacted in regards to funding. our work is being curtailed. How are we going to fight, bring progressive change into women and girls' rights if there is no funding? And I do understand. I remember when, and I think Honorable Your Excellency Winnie Byanyima is here, should be the best. When I was on a flight from Switzerland to Brussels, and I read the news that PEPFAR was being cut. You people, I cried. Everyone was confused and saying, what? But I broke down and cried. Why? For me, this was personal. I've been to many African countries, and many of them, I'm sure, this is not my mandate to talk about, but Her Excellency we will talk about. But from my experience working in different parts of Africa, you'll go to health centers and they'll tell you how much PEPFAR worked for Africa and changing the rates of HIV. Thankfully, I think that has been restored. I don't know, but maybe Her Excellency will talk to that. But that funding was enough to cause me, and I remember I was given a box of chocolates after that because I think they thought I had lost someone. But with the funding cuts on sexual and reproductive rights, what are we thinking? This is a conversation we should have right now. Some countries are withholding funding because we are pushing for abortion. Now we need to strategize and say, if there is no funding, how are we going to work? How are we going to advance sexual and reproductive health? Then another topic that I would love us to talk about is the link between access to electricity and sexual and reproductive health rights. Many people know I'm very passionate about access to electricity because one, it has a link to gender equality, to substantive equality. How are women and girls supposed to have information? Because we are talking about sexual and reproductive rights information. How are women and girls, college girls, supposed to have information if they don't have access to electricity, to maybe watch the news, to listen to the news, to go onto the internet, to charge their phones? How are hospitals supposed to keep track of data and statistics if the computers are not run by electricity, if access to energy is very, very expensive? And I keep saying, I think I gave this example last time, but I keep sharing it. I had the myths about family planning. I was in college in Makerere, and it was a taboo topic to talk about family planning. When I moved to South Africa for my master's, and again, eventually my PhD, and when I went to Berlin, it was the first time I was hearing people speak so freely about sexual and reproductive health rights. That's when I realized, abortion is my business. It's not anyone's business. And yet here in Uganda, oh my God, she had an abortion. The world has ended. She's taking pills. Oh my goodness. She's the devil incarnate. Yeah? And yet in South Africa, it was very normal for everyone to take responsibility about their own health. And now you imagine for us, those are the constraints that we in the out have. How about those? And that's exactly because women and girls lack information. Then they don't have information that abortion should be safe. They go have it, then they're arrested. They don't have information that under the circumstances, let's say in Uganda, in which abortion is allowed, they go have it, and what happens? They're arrested. So many of this information is not given, but we need to also, I think, have this conversation on how do we link electricity. We had a power cut earlier on, everything stopped. So and you cannot delink access to electricity from any women and girls' rights. So I think something that all of us here who are working on sexual and reproductive health is how can we amplify the link between access to electricity, affordable and reliable electricity, energy, for sexual and reproductive health. Then I think lastly, I would like to emphasize something that Professor Shokoro said in terms of learning from group of Latin America and the Caribbean. You guys, whenever we have GRULAC, we call them GRULAC, that's Latin America or Caribbean states. The energy, the advocacy they have, they see committee members seated, they will not give you a break because they want to push for sexual and reproductive health rights. most of the communications, because the CEDAW committee is also a quasi-judicial body. Most of the communications are quasi-judicial body in terms of if there's a violation of your rights and your country has ratified the optional protocol. Excellency Minister of Justice, Uganda is yet to ratify the optional protocol, but I guess we shall have a bilateral in this regard. But when your country has ratified that optional protocol, you can file a case in case of a violation to the CEDAW committee, and then we'll come up with a decision of which the member state is supposed to implement. What happens? GRULAC countries, most of their communications are on sexual and reproductive health rights. I think 95% of them. So we have GRULAC in here, GRULAC states in here. We need to speak to them. When different countries are coming up, you will see our social media on CEDAW is on fire, being tagged mostly because of cases of abortion, forced sterilization, women in detention, their rights to healthcare. So in conclusion, because we're talking about women in detention, and of course we all do understand that we on the outside do have limited access to sexual and reproductive health. How about those in detention? So I'd like to refer us to the Nelson Mandela rules and the Bangkok rules. I'm sure Her Excellency, the Commissioner on Prisons, will be able to speak widely on that. They expressly provide on how women breastfeeding, pregnant women, or women in detention should be treated. Then I would also give maybe homework, because of time, in relation to the CEDAW Convention. Our articles that really speak to different aspects of sexual and reproductive health rights, including for women in detention. There's the preamble, there's Article 10, Article 11, Article 12, Article 14, Article 5, and Article 16, and we also have general recommendations, and we have some that are specific on health. So, in a nutshell, the CEDAW Convention is here for service. It is here for you to hold your governments accountable. It is here for you to maximize. And these provisions, I know Uganda doesn't express, so many countries in Africa, and they have a reservation on actually this, many countries in Africa reserve the right to, the health aspect, but also their constitutions don't expressly provide for the right to health. But so what? The convention that they ratified, legal obligations, we can use that to hold them accountable and say, and thankfully we have judges, and I know my colleague judge from Rwanda and Supreme Court judge and many of us here. You can refer to the CEDAW Convention to hold these governments accountable for their failure to implement sexual and reproductive health rights. So the CEDAW Convention is here for you to maximize, and I have seen firsthand the progressive steps that member states have taken based on the CEDAW Convention. And lastly, as Janet emphasized, it is joint efforts. We are here, please maximize joint efforts. You provide information to us on CEDAW from ground. Yes, we may do all the reading, we may interact with member states, but the shadow reports that you provide, the interaction, and I know my colleagues from Rwanda who didn't give us a break when they came to the CEDAW committee. Tom Mulisa was the head of the civil society delegation and is in here with Chris. Those guys ensured that they were on our neck, and they're here, they can testify everything that they asked for in relation to sexual and reproductive health rights were reflected in the concluding observations. And right now, I'm very impressed to see that Rwanda is implementing them. Even just recently, they passed some of the asks that the committee recommended and were pushed by civil society. They passed a law last week in regards to allowing 15-year-olds to access sexual and reproductive family planning or something. So in a nutshell, the CEDAW works, Maputo works, utilize those instruments, especially when your countries don't expressly recognize the right to health. Thank you.
Thank you very much for enabling us to get into how we can utilize CEDAW and the procedures there. I'd now like to take the opportunity to invite Honorable Maria Teresa Manuela, our Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Conditions of Detention and Policing in Africa at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Muito obrigada e bom dia.
Remember the
Vou
channels.
esperar que todos se conectem.
Hold on a bit.
Estou habituada.
Remember the channels. They told us English is which channel? Now, do you see how privilege is sweet? English is channel what? Channel 2 is what? There is no French here. Channel 2 is Spanish. Yeah? English is 1. Spanish and Portuguese. Okay. You can proceed, Honorable.
Muito obrigada, senhora moderadora. Conto com a cumplicidade dos intérpretes para poder prosseguir. Começar pelo protocolo. Soube que está cá o senhor Ministro da Justiça. O meu bom dia específico. Ao painel de mulheres, como se disse, que era o reino das mulheres. Muito bom dia e obrigada por integrar este painel. Aos membros do governo presentes nesta sala, a todas as entidades, a cada um segundo a sua categoria, a delegação que veio da América Latina, que é a que mais se aproxima da minha, a todos, muito bom dia. Devo agradecer à organização pelo convite que foi formulado para participar deste evento. Portanto, em meu nome pessoal, em nome da comissão, a senhora vice-presidente já o fez. Este é o terceiro Baraza de Contencioso de Justiça Reprodutiva que se organiza. E já me disseram que já lá vão 10 anos que o Baraza iniciou. E este ano, com este tema sugestivo, encarceramento e saúde sexual e reprodutiva em África, caminhos para a justiça reprodutiva. Muito sugestivo o tema. Espero não vos maçar muito com o meu português. Dizia que estão de parabéns os organizadores por esta proposta, que nos vai permitir abrir a discussão sobre um assunto que é quase tabu a nível dos nossos países. E acredito que o Uganda não seja diferente. Ou talvez não, talvez o Uganda seja essa a diferença e as experiências boas são para serem partilhadas. Estamos efetivamente a falar de direitos humanos da mulher e deixem-me recuar à 24ª Cimeira Ordinária da Conferência dos Chefes de Estado e de Governo da União Africana, que foi realizada em Addis Abeba e onde se adotou a Agenda 2063, que hoje está servindo como bússola para todos os órgãos da União Africana e a Comissão não constitui exceção. Convenhamos que este foi o corolário do esforço panafricanista da agenda da OUA de 1963, que tiveram objetivos bem definidos e que são dominados por todos. Passou o tempo, hoje a União Africana substituiu a OUA, as prioridades do continente mudaram e a Agenda 2063 vem com as suas 6 aspirações, que hoje constituem o roteiro. Destas aspirações, vou destacar a número 2, que trata da boa governação e do respeito pelos direitos humanos, e a número 5, que pretende uma África cujo desenvolvimento é orientado para pessoas, com destaque para a mulher, o jovem e a criança. Encurtando este caminho, desde esta agenda, resultou a estratégia da União Africana para a Igualdade de Gênero e Empoderamento da Mulher. Ouvi a última oradora a falar sobre eletricidade. Eu, a este aspecto de eletricidade, vou juntar educação. Porque sem educação não é possível compreender os fenômenos da vida e contribuir para a mudança. E esta GEUE, como lhe chamam na sigla em inglês, tem um slogan que é interessante e que coincide com o que hoje estamos aqui a discutir. Uma África integrada, próspera e em paz. E este slogan assenta no artigo 4º do Ato Constitutivo da União Africana. Aqui, uma referência deve ser obrigatória, que é a linha I do artigo 3º do Protocolo de Emendas ao Ato Constitutivo da União Africana, onde se reforça a garantia da participação da mulher na tomada de decisões. Podem dizer-me como é que ela pode ser contemplada para a tomada de decisões macro, e hoje vemos um painel só de mulheres, e que influenciam na tomada de decisões a nível de todo e qualquer espaço, se a nível pessoal não lhe é permitido decidir sobre a sua própria saúde reprodutiva. Há aqui qualquer coisa que não condiz e que é preciso rever, e, mais uma vez, parabéns a esse Baraza que traz esta introspeção. É por esta razão que trago essa reflexão, porque a mulher é negado este direito, apesar do princípio da igualdade, que consta na maioria dos documentos regionais e, inclusive, nas constituições de quase todos os países da África. Se a mulher, no geral, é coartado o direito, o que se diz da mulher que se encontra nas prisões? Aquela que não tem voz, aquela que não é visível. Não é visível porque as prisões estão superpovoadas, mas, formalmente, a mulher constitui 3 a 5% de pessoas reclusas. Mas os problemas são bem diferentes e os da mulher são mais periclitantes do que do seu companheiro. Falei do GEUE e a essa estratégia vou regressar para destacar o pilar número 2, que é dignidade, segurança e resiliência. E quais são os resultados esperados? Saúde, saúde sexual e reprodutiva, direitos reprodutivos e práticas tradicionais nocivas. Tudo isto anda de braços dados com o tema que se vai discutir. Os resultados esperados neste pilar remetem-nos efetivamente novamente para este Baraza, mas estão interligados com o pilar número 3, que são leis, políticas e instituições eficazes. Coloco aqui um destaque nos sistemas e leis nacionais que protegem e respeitam os direitos e a integridade física, e as instituições da União Africana, dos Estados-membros, das comunidades econômicas regionais e até de ONGs, com capacidade para implementar compromissos existentes, prever e abordar novos desafios com proatividade. Eu dizia no princípio que é um tema tabu, mas que estamos aqui para discutir abertamente e fora do formal, como se disse. O desafio coloca-se exatamente neste ponto, pois a pergunta é: se os direitos humanos da mulher, principalmente os previstos no artigo 14 do Protocolo de Maputo, e cito, direito à saúde e ao controle das funções de reprodução, especificamente previstas nos números 1, a linha A e B, 2, são efetivamente assegurados nos Estados africanos. Se a resposta for não, a nível da mulher no geral, o que é que vamos dizer a nível da mulher na prisão? Falaram-se de vários instrumentos, a última oradora falou do CEDAW. Aqui trago reflexões sobre as diretrizes de Luanda, as regras de Mandela e os princípios da descriminalização de pequenos delitos, são instrumentos base sobre os quais nós trabalhamos quando se trata de mulher na prisão, que é uma das faixas vulneráveis constantes em qualquer documento público. A este respeito, aproveito esse espaço e obrigada mais uma vez à organização para anunciar que a Comissão Africana, mais concretamente o mecanismo que dirijo, está a levar a cabo um estudo sobre as prisões em África. E situações como estas em debate, mais concretamente a questão da mulher na prisão, terão a sua pertinência e terão o seu espaço para discussão e registro. O que faço agora é convidar a todos e a cada um para auxiliar a Comissão neste trabalho, pois será o primeiro trabalho, o primeiro estudo a ser organizado por um órgão continental e para o continente africano. Porque a maior parte dos estudos que nós temos e a que temos acesso, portanto, em todo e qualquer espaço, são estudos feitos por órgãos externos sobre a África. Gostaríamos de inverter essa tendência e ouvir a voz africana a falar sobre prisões africanas e qual é a perspectiva que nós pensamos transmitir para os governos. Mais uma vez, muito obrigada à organização pelo convite e a oportunidade que me dão neste espaço de abertura deste Baraza e todas as condições que foram colocadas ao nosso dispor para podermos trabalhar. Obrigada mais uma vez.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maria Teresa. I'd like now to take us straight into welcoming our chief guest, Dr. Winnie Byanyima, who is going to frame the moment and give us reflections, given her experiences, but even also where she sees this happening. Welcome, Dr. Byanyima.
Thank you, Salome. Salome, you've baptized me doctor. I am not doctor. I do have 4 honorary doctorates, but I don't go by the title doctor. I'm just Miss Byanyima. So let me start here by being so honored to sit on a panel of such distinguished leaders, African leaders. I am honored. I also want to recognize, of course, our Honorable Minister of Justice, my brother, the Honorable Norbert Mao, and all of you in your distinguished capacities, particularly those of you who've come all the way from other parts of Africa to be here. Let me thank Professor Ben Tuinomujisha, the chair of AHAKI, and Dr. Moses Mulumba, I think you are really a doctor, who is the executive director of AHAKI. Thank you so much for inviting me to join this important Baraza on a conversation very close to my heart. I'm going to start at September 11th. I'm sure all of you know that date, don't you? September 11th, everybody knows the world changed. It's associated with Bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, bombing of the Twin Towers, all that happened. When all that was happening, I never saw it. I was in jail. I was in a prison. Please, I didn't steal anything. I didn't rape a man. I was there for political reasons. I was disagreeing with President Museveni. And you know he's a coward. When you don't agree with you, he imprisons you. Even right now, my husband is somewhere in a court asking for bail because he disagrees with him. So anyway, I was in a prison at Ginger Road Police Station. I think I remember Honorable Mao came to see me there. Yes, I was in a uniport, held in a uniport. And when I came out a couple of days later, I said that I had an education there that was much, much more than anything I had learned at a university. And I meant it. In that cell where I was, I shared the cell with 3 other women. There was a 4th one who came, but I won't talk about her. One was a woman called Hadija. She was a housewife. She was there, and she was taken every morning, early in the morning, to another police station in Wandege and would be thrashed and beaten and told to confess. Because she herself was actually not the suspect, but she was there because her husband was suspected of being a car robber. Police had come and searched their home and found there parts of cars, number plates, things like that, indicating that he was probably involved in stealing cars. And they wanted her to tell them where her husband was and where his friends were. And she said she didn't know, but every day they'd take her and whip her, and she'd come back crying, and they went on because they knew she knew something. So she was there to tell them about her husband. That was Hadija. The other woman was a market vendor. She had her stall at a market. I think it was in Middle East. And in her stall, she sold vegetables and all of that. She fell in love with a man, and they started to live together. 4 years on, they were living together. She was working in her stall, but she had no children. So one day she comes back home, and she finds that their one-room home was locked. They lived somewhere in Katwe, was locked, their slum dwelling. And she goes to the neighbor and says, "Did my husband leave my keys with you?" And the woman says, "No." She says, "So where is he?" And the neighbor says, "You mean you don't know?" She says, "No, what?" Reluctantly, the neighbor says to her that, "You know, your husband has gone together with my husband and some other friends, and he's going to marry a second wife. He's at a wedding right now." In her anger, she goes and gets someone, she cuts the padlock, opens, takes out all her stuff. She said that everything in that little room was hers, including the bed. She had them put on a lorry and she disappeared. Of course, when the husband came and found nothing in the flat with his new bride, in his humiliation, he also went to the police, reported burglary. They looked for her, and indeed they found Margaret. She was now in jail for burglary, burgling her own house, breaking into her own home. She was there, put there by her husband. That was Margaret. The third one that is the one I'll never forget. I mean, I'll never forget the 3, but Sophie remains in my heart. Because Sophie was barely, in my view, she was about 16. She couldn't have been 18, 16, 17. She couldn't speak any language I understood. I learned she was from the East. She was a Teso. Sophie had been brought from the village in Teso by a woman, a rich woman, who came home looking for a house girl. The neighbors gave her Sophie, "Take her, she can work for you." She lived there in Kampala, city she didn't know, working as a domestic worker for this family. One day, the head of the home, the man, forced himself on her, started abusing her. So when the woman would be away at work, the man would return home and sleep with her. She soon found out. She beat her so badly The girl fled, went on the streets, found other girls there, and became a sex worker. She still did not speak Luganda. She didn't speak Swahili. She spoke her Atesot. So it was so hard to communicate because I was trying to find out, why are you here? What happened? In a few English words, I got this story about how she came to Kampala, how she ran away from a home where she was abused by the man and abused by the woman of the home, and was on the street. She said, I was hanging around with other girls, and the police said we were idle and disorderly, and I'm here now. She was in prison. She didn't know why she was there, but she knew that sex work is illegal. That's why she was there. So those are the stories of the women I met in prison. I spent my days there thinking, what is the law? Is this justice? No justice. No justice for women. I came out radicalized. And you might think I was radicalized about women's rights. I already was. But no. I came out very angry on the question of class. Class. Because the law works for some people. The law works for rich men and rich women. The law doesn't work for poor people. These were poor women. That was their difference with me. I was also in prison. Actually, for also a man, because my man had run away. He had escaped Museveni. And I was also arrested and told to explain what he was doing and what I was doing. So, but this is why this question is so important to me of incarceration. In prison, I found there are women, and that's why she's my idol, our Justice Tebatemwa. She's my idol. Because I read her book. I read her book about women, incarcerated women. And she called it More Sinned Against Than Sinned. That book touched my heart because it spoke to what I had seen. And so, here's what I'm going to talk about. I'll talk to you about how criminalization of people on the margins, marginalized people, drives the AIDS pandemic. Because I am the leader, I am the leader of the global HIV response for the United Nations. So I'll talk about my area of work. And I'll talk about how criminalization of marginalized people, of women, drives the pandemic. Actually increases it rather than decreases it. I'll talk about how the power of communities seeking reproductive justice and human rights through litigation and legal mechanisms. I'll talk a little about that. The power of communities. And then I wanted to talk about some of the work we do as the UN, but I think that's not important. It's important, but not as important for this discussion. My third point will be about our African solutions. Okay, so first, HIV is often described as a disease of poverty. Yes, it is. But for me, I call it a disease of inequalities. It's inequalities. When people are pushed to the margins of society, when their rights are not respected, when they face stigma, discrimination, and criminalization, they are more vulnerable to being infected or to die of HIV/AIDS. That's the truth. So it's inequalities. If you are rich, if you are educated, if you are rights, if you can assert your rights, you're not likely to get infected. Or if you are infected, you will be on treatment and you live a full life. So it's inequalities. The inequalities that you are addressing in this whole theme of reproductive justice are part of the inequalities that drive HIV. And it's an intersection of inequalities. It's gender inequalities, it's inequality because of sexual orientation, it's inequalities you face because of gender identity, it's inequalities that could be racial inequalities in some countries. When we look at our data, for example, in the United States, you find that the disease is concentrated amongst people of African descent, African Americans. If you go to Canada, it's concentrated amongst indigenous people of Canada, First Nation people. So it's racial. And then, of course, income inequality, lack of access, inequality in access to education. All these inequalities drive our disease, the disease we work on. Gender inequalities, in particular, drive this epidemic here in Africa. Do you know that every week, 4,000 adolescent girls and young women acquire HIV on this continent every week? Every week. No, 4,000 is the figure globally. In Africa, it is 3,100. So the majority of girls and young women being infected every week are our girls here. Maybe they are not able to negotiate for condom use. Maybe they did not have comprehensive sexuality education because our religious and traditional leaders continue to resist it. Maybe they didn't go to school. That's the biggest factor. Not being at school when you're young, not having a framework that is safe. All these factors, all these inequalities make our girls the most vulnerable to infection. In the cohort between age 15 and 24, 3 out of 4 new infections on this continent are of girls and young women. 3 out of 4. And if you go lower and say the cohort of 12 to 19, no, 15 to 19, 6 out of 7 new infections are girls. 1 is a boy. See? It's about inequalities. So, we're talking about criminalization. Criminalization of HIV transmission. It also drives this epidemic. In Malawi, a young woman living with HIV was criminally charged for endangering life after a child briefly latched onto her breast at a village meeting. The child did not contract HIV, the mother had HIV. Yet this woman was sentenced to 9 months in prison and hard labor for endangering the life of her baby. That conviction was later overturned by a judge who recognized the absence of intent, the lack of transmission, and the injustice of punishing a woman for an act of care for her baby. Her case inspired a movement of women living with HIV to successfully advocate to block a proposed HIV-specific criminal law. So from injustice came resistance. Because we are not powerless, communities and civil society in our world continue to challenge unjust laws and to overturn them. It is true that all too often laws are used not to protect, but to marginalize the most vulnerable, as the stories I have told you. We are here to change that. Studies have consistently found that HIV policies grounded in human rights achieve the best results. But yet, for the first time since we at UNAIDS began reporting on this disease, we are the custodians of the data. We annually publish the data on this disease. epidemiological data, finance data, social data, all of that every year. But this year in our report, we reported that the number of countries criminalizing what we call key populations, the most at-risk groups, has increased this year. The number of countries that are criminalizing these groups has increased. It has been decreasing over the years, but this year, for the first time, we are seeing an increase. There's some form of criminalization of same-sex relations in 64 countries, some form of criminalization of sex work in 168 countries, some form of criminalization of personal possession of small amounts of drugs in 152 countries, some form of criminalization of HIV transmission, exposure, and non-disclosure in 156 countries. A lot of work to do to change laws to save lives. And we know what is driving this backlash, because as I said, we've been decreasing. We've seen people fighting and turning and overturning these laws. But today there's a globally coordinated anti-rights and anti-gender campaign. They are well organized, extremely well funded, and they are pushing us back. And we must assert. And that's why this Baraza is so important. We have to assert. And in this assertion, this is where this Baraza is so important. The people fighting back, these well-funded, well-organized people, they use the language of development, and they say they are protecting African values, in inverted commas. But their project is fundamentally neo-colonial, aimed at restricting the rights of women and girls, controlling our bodies, criminalizing LGBTQ people for being different, and completely reversing sexual and reproductive health and rights that we have been winning in the last century. The consequences are devastating. Already, 700,000 women and girls are incarcerated around the world, an increase of 50% since the year 2000. I don't know where this data is coming from, but I'm giving it to you because I trust my people. People in prisons and other closed settings are twice as likely to be living with HIV compared with other adults. There's risk also being in prison. And women in prison are twice as likely to be living with HIV as the men in prison. So criminalization doesn't just restrict rights, it exacerbates and magnifies the harms experienced by specific communities of people. Yet, litigation, the work of you people in this room, can be that force against criminalization and the harm it causes. We've seen the incredible impact of strategic litigation to challenge unjust laws. With individuals backed by strong community movements, I underline that, going to court to reclaim their rights. Examples: Botswana, Mauritius, Namibia. Young activists have overturned colonial-era laws that criminalized same-sex relationships. In Kenya and Zimbabwe, HIV-specific criminal provisions have been repealed or struck down. These are not just legal victories for the books. They are life-saving, era-defining moments that change lives. And they are won through the courage of communities and the power of litigation. So, I'm not going to tell you what we are doing at the United Nations at the global level to support these movements and to fight back. I'm going to go straight to what we must do as African people. You know best what you can do using your legal knowledge. But I want to tell you that for the majority of our people here on this continent, and I've traveled it all, their lives, the lives of ordinary people, are regulated by informal law. Their lives are regulated by religion, by customs and traditions. And these are resistant to change. The law that you work on is important because it drives also the change in informal laws. There's a connection. But you need to make that connection. It doesn't just happen naturally. It's not a trickle-down theory of the neoliberals, where they maximize at the top and they hope something drops to the bottom. No, the formal law needs to be connected to informal law. It must keep changing, making informal law more and more progressive and more in line with the formal law. That's why you need to work with movements. That's why I believe in the power of movements. Without them, your work here will be limited in what it can achieve for people on the ground. I'll tell you one story and then take my seat to demonstrate this. I used to live, when I was a member of parliament, I lived near Luzira prison. And I often got letters from prisoners. And living a busy life of a politician, I didn't always reply. But there was one woman who wrote to me, and I felt compelled even to go to the prison to see her. I went to see her. She was called Lydia, and she was from my home area in Baraza. We spoke the same language. She had a little child. She was in a prison with her baby. Her baby seemed to be like 3-4 years old. She'd already been there for 2 years on remand, so she must have come with a breastfeeding baby. She was on remand. She had never been to court. So I asked her, what's your crime? What did you do? What are you said to have done? She said, well, somebody was killed in our village, and they came and arrested all of us and brought us here. All of you, how many? About 10 of us. Said, so do you know about the other 10? No, I don't know. They are men. They are in the men prison. She had no idea. So have you been to court? No. So I could see that this is someone who could be forgotten on remand forever. I promised I was going to go get her a lawyer to come and help her push her case and get her out on bail. I didn't do it. I was too busy. About a year later, I woke up one morning and I found her and her baby sitting on my veranda. I said, Lydia, where are you coming from? Do you know what she said to me? She said, Baraza, they forgive me. I said, Lydia, who forgave you? She said, the government. I said, what do you mean? She said, they have released me. I said, but forgive you for what? Did you kill the person? No, I didn't. But they forgave me from prison. Her sense of rights was not there. She just knew that the government can take you and they can release you when they want. Now they had forgiven her. She was grateful. Now, this is my last message to you, that on this agenda of reproductive rights, it is about the rights of women. It's the rights of women in poverty who are not aware of these rights that you are fighting for them. Their awareness is important. The narrative to them about their rights, control their bodies, because that's the front line of the struggle for gender equality, control of our bodies. for them to know this and own this as their own agenda, not a Western agenda, not an agenda being funded by foreigners. We have to reach them. And it's you who must frame a language around this. Don't just concentrate on the language for the parliamentary place where the law will be struck out. Frame also the language for the ordinary woman to know that I have a right to decide. I can decide how many children I want. I can decide I will not accept to be beaten in a marriage. I will frame a good language around reproductive health for us to claim an African language. And I'm so happy to know that that's what Tahaki is focusing on. An African narrative about sexual and reproductive health and rights. We will not let that rights bit go away. So, in conclusion, we have to fight. It's a fight. Health and human rights are inseparable. The denial of rights is a denial of health. We must ensure that no woman is criminalized for breastfeeding her child, as I mentioned, that no girl who's been raped by her uncle or her teacher dies while trying to remove an unwanted pregnancy from that incest because abortion is illegal. That no person fears a diagnosis because they know it will lead to being imprisoned. People fear to go to test. People fear to go to test. I'm talking about homosexual men, trans women. They fear to go for services because they will be arrested because there's a law here that threatens their lives. So we must change these laws. But we must also change hearts and minds. And that means introducing an African argument for sexual and reproductive rights. We must lift voices. We must get women to own this battle and fight it. I've challenged Forward, the organization I belong to, that for the next 25 years, 30 years, we have to lift the voices of women on the question of the control of their own bodies. So we must never forget, when we protect rights, we save lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Byanyima, for the wonderful words. Allow take us to our keynote address. I think, have we been salivated enough? Are we salivated? Okay. Yes, the Queendom promised to deliver, and they are taking us there. I'd like to take an opportunity to invite Professor Diyaneki Kubinza to come and give us our keynote address.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm humbled. But I'll say this. God has a sense of humor. And I'll say it because Winnie and I have known each other, but have not known each other. And you may not know, we met at Entebbe Airport in the lounge. And I was there struggling, saying, should I go and say hello to this great woman? But Professor as I am, Justice of the Supreme Court as I am, I did not come to say hello to you. But I'm humbled, and I could even weep that you could say such wonderful things about me. Thank you, Winnie. And since this morning, I've been listening to people speak, and my mind has said, that should have been the keynote. That should have been the keynote. Winnie, yours should have been the keynote. And yet I listened to Ben, Professor Twino Mugisha, in the morning, and I said, wow, that should have been the keynote. So I don't know what I'm doing here. But since I was given the opportunity, the privilege, the chance, I'll still speak to you. And I hope you listen. Thank you, everybody who is here. I'm not too good at protocol, because often I see it and people go through protocol and then they mention me. So I don't know what to say to you, but just to say that I value all of you because you are all doing great work. Now, the keynote I'm going to present has a title, and the title is Contested Justice, the place of infanticide in Uganda's legal system. I begin with the words of a researcher who, after reflecting on fatal child abuse and neglect in the US, said, and I quote, "There is no more tragic type of homicide than that involving children," end of quote. You may even wonder why I'm talking about homicide of children when we actually are talking about reproductive justice, but perhaps you will soon know. Copeland, who was the author I'm referring to, then went on to say that such was a nation's shame. Today, you'll allow me to say to you that there is no more tragic type of homicide than that involving children, especially when the homicide is committed by a mother against her own child. Way back in 1993, I carried out research on women's violent crime in Uganda. Little did I know that Winnie would talk about that book. When I did research and wrote a book, I was doing it for my PhD. I was not doing it for what it has later on come to be. But I did research on women's violent crime in Uganda, and I published a book in which I examined how Ugandan society, the law, and women's violent crime interrelate. My study was based on interviews I had with women in prison, incarcerated women, as well as analysis of court records of women who had been tried for different types of violent crime. I can assure you today, when I go in prison, I'm not scared of those women. But I recall that day I sat waiting for the first person I was going to interview to be brought to me. What was in my mind was a huge woman, a woman who I would look at and know that she was a violent person. The first person who was brought to me was a little woman. She was so small, I could not imagine that she could have committed violent crime. At that stage, everything changed, and I knew that I was safe with this woman because I had asked for permission to speak to these women without the police, rather without the prison authorities, because I wanted them to be free with me. But anyway, yes, I interviewed women who had committed violent crime. A few months ago, I commissioned a follow-up study through interviews with women incarcerated for infanticide in several prisons across Uganda. Now back to my PhD thesis and interviews. Regarding women who had committed crime against intimate partners, who had subjected them to a long history of abuse, I concluded that such women had been more sinned against than they had sinned. That's why I said they had been more sinned against than sinned. This is because society and the court system had ignored their status as victims and treated them exclusively as criminals. Now, what about women who commit the crime of infanticide? We should ask. In Uganda, the law on infanticide refers to the killing of a child by its mother. The key elements of infanticide are that a woman has caused the death of her child. The child is under the age of 12 months, under 12 months of age. The circumstances, and I'm talking about the law, the circumstances according to the statutory provision are that the mother's mind is disturbed by reason of not fully recovering from the effects of giving birth or by the effect of lactation. And I think that's what the medical personnel calls postpartum condition. I note that the statutory provisions in Uganda are identical, rather the statutory provision in Uganda is identical to that of several countries. I've looked at Kenya, I've looked at Tanzania, and indeed others, but even in the UK. What must be noted when you read those statutory provisions is that there is a legal presumption. The law assumes that a woman who kills her child when the child is under the age of 12 months does so as a result of mental health challenges that can occur arising from the delivery. It nevertheless is a crime. And that's why we should talk about contested justice. If the law assumes that the reason is mental imbalance, why is it a crime? But it is a crime capable of earning the woman a sentence of imprisonment for life because infanticide is equated, whatever, with manslaughter. Now, face to face with the prisoners. I've already said that facing these prisoners was originally a challenge. But who are these women? I will share with you a few stories of these women. Some of the women were unmarried, and I remember 5 particular unmarried women. 3 of these unmarried women had a child with a married man. 2 of the unmarried mothers became pregnant while still attending school. The 2 women who had become pregnant within marriage had, at the time of the offense, been rejected by their husbands. So they committed the crimes after the breakup of their marriages. Should we assume, like the law does, that each of these women operated with an unbalanced mind? So I will share with you Mwesije's story. Mwesije was 24 years of age when I interviewed her. At the time she committed the crime, she was unmarried. She became pregnant when she was working as a copy typist in the traditional civil society. The man responsible for the pregnancy was married. During his relationship with her, he had attempted to ensure that his wife did not learn of his extramarital affair. And he emphatically told Mwesije that he had no interest in having children outside marriage. When Mwesije realized that her lover would not take responsibility for the pregnancy, she tried to secure an abortion. But she changed her mind out of fear that she might die in the process. After delivery of the baby, she killed the child and then was charged with infanticide. And she was given a 5-year prison sentence. What were the social cultural consequences of her pregnancy? We should ask. Mwesije certainly realized the consequences of bringing into the world an unwanted child, a child whose father was unlikely to acknowledge. As a mother of a fatherless child, Mwesije would be regarded by society as a loose woman, a woman with loose morals, a prostitute. Her child, too, would have suffered emotional burdens in a patrilineal culture where paternity is critical to one's sense of identity. Furthermore, it would also have exposed Mwesije to lack of financial support for the child. It was evident that her crime was premeditated. So we move on to another woman, Tibamanya. She was a woman of impaired hearing, even when I spoke to her in prison. She had never attended formal education. At the time of the offense, the man who was the father of the child she killed and who actually had been her husband had told her to leave his home because it was his home. When she was a few months, pregnant, she had to leave the home. And she went to go and live with her brother and his wife. According to Tibamanya, her sister-in-law had never liked her. There's a possibility that is because she was of impaired hearing, a woman with disability. When the time for delivery came, the two women were the only persons present in the house. Her sister-in-law refused to take her to the hospital, but she also refused to help her in delivering the baby. Tibamanya delivered the baby on her own. She immediately killed that baby. I suppose the circumstances under which she delivered the baby were bound to bring about deep emotional stress. She spent 1 year on remand and was sentenced to 5 years in prison for infanticide. Then there's Kinenjere, who became pregnant when she was a student. When the school authorities found out that she was pregnant, they asked her father to come for his daughter. In response, the father told the daughter not to go to his home since he no longer had interest in her. She had wasted his hard-earned money. The father of the child was a married man. He denied paternity. When Kinenjere informed him of her condition, his reaction was, "Am I the only one who has ever used you?" Kinenjere's mother had died when she was young, and the only close relative she had was her maternal grandmother. So on leaving school, she went to stay with the old woman. She had the child at the age of 18 years. When the child was 11 months old, it fell sick, and Kinenjere's grandmother insisted that the child be taken to its father. Unfortunately, the father of the child refused to have the two in his home, and he said it was a taboo among his clan to have a girl who got pregnant outside marriage. How people use custom and culture to suit, because I had never heard of that kind of belief. But the old woman, the grandmother, also insisted that she could not accept the sick child. If the child died, she asked, where would it be buried? On land belonging to a clan of another? This baby does not belong to our clan, she said. In all probability, Kinenjere's decision to kill the child was prompted by the realization that as long as she had the baby with her, she would have no place of abode. The attitude of her relatives was clear enough. To them, a child of wedlock was a disgrace. Moreover, in patrilineal society, the denial of paternity by the child's father must have greatly burdened the 18-year-old mother. I leave the interviews, there were many. I go to the voices buried in court records because we must discuss how we, the judiciary, relate to these women. One case, the accused was indicted for attempted murder of her child. But when you listen to the story, had the child died, it would have been infanticide. She was a 20-year-old unmarried woman. The father denied responsibility, the father of the child. At the time of pregnancy and delivery of the child, the accused was living in Lira town with her parents. Soon after delivery of the child, her father banished her and her child to the countryside. This is a woman, or a young woman, who had never lived in the countryside. So when she went outside town, on the day she was left alone with the child, she threw him in a pit latrine, but the baby was rescued by villagers. When you look at the record, the court record, the prosecuting attorney observed and correctly saw that, and I quote, the accused was embarrassed by the child, a bastard, and her own parents were not happy with her. They were not prepared to maintain the child. In desperation, she decided to bring the child's life to an end. Then the defense lawyer prayed for leniency, and he said, her parents' attitude, especially on the material day, made her lose all sense of proportion. The child's father was of no assistance. Let me share a second, one of the cases, again, the voices from the court records. The accused was aged 18 years and unmarried, was employed as a barmaid. When she gave birth, the father of the child disappeared, leaving her without any material or emotional support. Soon her endurance snapped, and she threw her 2-year-old son in a pit latrine. Again, that is how it's recorded in the court records. So she was indicted for attempted murder. And I will ask, do we have an elephant in the room? Did each of these women, and indeed many more, kill their child due to a disturbed mind, as presumed by the law, or was it due to the emotional stress arising from the circumstances of an unwanted child? We can ask. It's one of the things I've realized about research is that people engage in research and then we put it on the shelves. Other people come on and do research and they never refer to the research before. But I'll say this. Way back in 1976, Mushanga carried out research and contended that in Uganda, one of the reasons for infanticide and abortion by women who had children out of marriage is the women's realization that they would not get assistance from the men whom These are the words he used. These days I struggle to say he made her pregnant. But anyway, those are the words he used, that who made them pregnant and so on. Another reason is that such single women, by engaging in premarital sex, have contravened important social norms. So we have to contextualize pregnancies out of marriage. And then interestingly enough, in 1960, Bohannan said, in Africa, women kill their children, usually in a state of emotional stress, following the breakup of the family or contravention of important social norms. I know here we are activists, but we are also researchers. And my appeal to you is that when we do research, let us step on what has been done before. And then we'll be able to ask the question, we've been in these rooms for decades talking about women's rights. Why is nothing changing? My conclusion was that the circumstances of many of the offenders I interviewed and those I met in the court records lend credence to what Mushanga and Bohannan observed decades ago. The women seemed to have committed the offenses under emotional stress resulting from diverse social and or economic causes. But I will also say that I think it may be true that some women experience a variety of mental health challenges following childbirth. But many times when you meet these women, you read about these women, you will posit that women's killing of their children is a rational act. It is an act of self-preservation. Unfortunately, the law in Uganda, and indeed the law in so many other countries, and it has been captured even in Western society, the law more readily regards mental instability or sickness as the cause of women's involvement in homicide than it does socio-economic causes. Because when we say they are sick, we have no responsibility as a society. Apart, of course, from giving them health support. I will still go on to a woman called Kagoya, who admitted throwing her child of 11 months in a pit with the intention of killing it. She said to me that she had done it out of anger because, in her words, I was suffering a lot with the child. The child's father refused to give me any financial help. I had no soap, no clothes, nothing for my child. This is a poor woman. How can soap be an issue? She is a poor woman. Kagoya's parents were both dead, and she was living with an uncle whom she felt had already done enough to look after her and her two younger siblings. She could not expect the uncle to cater for her child. Now, something about Kagoya's story was also that the child's father had accepted paternity, but he never came to see Kagoya and the child in hospital at the time of birth. He was a newly married man and did not want his wife to learn of his extramarital affair with Kagoya. He never gave the child a clan name, as is the custom among the Basoga of Eastern Uganda. The child was nearly a year old when the offense took place, but his father had seen it only once, despite the fact that he lived near the home of Kagoya's uncle. Moreover, on both occasions, Kagoya had had to sneak into the home of her lover's brother in order to facilitate the meeting between father and child. Again, I will say, as I said before, that among the Basoga, just as it is among many other patrilineal societies, the strongest identity card, which indicates clan membership, is your name. The name is given to the child by its father's family. And refusal or neglect to name a child is tantamount to denial of paternity. So again, I will say, with neither emotional or financial support from those who should have supported her, Kagoya resorted to destroying the child. The stories are many, and I don't know how many I can tell you, but I'll talk about another who admitted throwing her child in a pit latrine. She had become pregnant when she was at school. And the father of her child was a fellow student at the same school. After she had the child, Adong's father took her back to school, saying that she was too young to get married. But 2.5 years later, Adong's father died. Now, her stepbrothers, who were already convinced that their father should never have spent money on a girl who had become pregnant at school, told Adong's mother, that was the youngest of 4 of their father's widows, that they would be looking after her, their mother, they said, on condition that Adong took her child to its father. If Adong could not part with her child, then she should go and get married. If Adong's mother failed to get rid of her grandson, her stepsons would not cater for her needs. When Adong sought assistance from her lover's father, of course the boy was still at school. The old man said that his son did not have the means to look after the baby, as well as the mother, and that he was not ready to get married before completing his education. So when Adong approached her lover, he said, "I'm sympathetic, but I'm helpless in the face of my cruel parents." It was then that Adong decided to get rid of the child, since nobody was willing to help. Now let's go to what can we say about judicial response? The cases are many. Pronouncements made by some Ugandan courts clearly indicate that judicial officers have little insight into the circumstances under which infanticide is committed. Had I still been with Ben, the other side, as an academic, they may have stoned me, but I'm one of them. So perhaps now I can speak and nobody will say I'm being disrespectful. So in case 1 cited above, where the woman was 20 years old when she gave birth to a child, and so on and so forth, and then she arrived in the village, having lived in Lira, now you are taken to the village. Perhaps she had never used a pit latrine and so on and so forth. Everything was just too different from what she had been used to. In court, the judge acknowledged that the accused must have acted in desperation because of the atmosphere that surrounded her and her child. So far, so good. But then he goes on to say, the accused, being the very mother of this very young child, should have been the last person to want to remove him from the face of the earth. But then he changes course and says, in my view, her parents' attitude was quite proper, in that no parent worth his name would like to have a daughter of loose character, bearing children out of wedlock. And what does the judge then go on to say? He sentenced the person to 18 months of imprisonment but she had spent 10 months on pretrial detention. And when I read this, what came to my mind is that the judge's attitude and pronouncements are representative of the hypocrisy of the wider patriarchal society and its attendant laws, a society which punishes a girl for engaging in premarital sex by regarding her as loose, a disgrace, by chasing her out of school without hope of ever resuming her education, by chasing her away from home, while keeping a blind eye to her partner, sometimes a married and much older man. But this double standard is evident in many other areas of the law dealing with sexuality. For example, for decades, it was not a crime in Uganda for a married man to have sexual intercourse with an unmarried woman. But it was criminal adultery for a married woman to have sexual intercourse with any man, even when that man is not married, but as long as it's not your husband. Now, how did the law change? Litigation. FIDA Uganda went into litigation at the Constitutional Court and challenged the law for being unconstitutional on the basis of discrimination. And that ended the story of that law. However, whether women are not quote, in fact, I have a story. We have a man looking after our upcountry home who involved himself with a married woman, and he was arrested. We're in Kampala. He was arrested. And my husband got a call, oh, so-and-so is arrested. He's an engineer, so he didn't know how to handle. So I said, just give them to me on phone. And I said, so what is the crime? I'm talking to the police, officer. What crime is it? Adultery. And I said, aren't you aware that adultery is no longer a crime? So we went into this discussion, and I told him, anyway, I'm coming over, because you are actually holding a person who has committed no crime. Of course, we had to be very sensitive. We removed that gentleman. He's a wonderful man, actually, in terms of being loyal to the people who employ him. But certainly he was not too good to the neighbors. We had to find somewhere else to take him. But anyway, back to judicial handling of infanticide. There was another case of Namyalo Dativa, where the girl, she was 18 years of age when she threw her child in a pit latrine, and she had never attended formal education. When I interviewed her, I asked her how she knew she was pregnant, and she answered, I did not know that I was pregnant, but I felt a thing moving in my stomach, and I told my grandmother about it. When she examined me, she told me I was 7.5 months pregnant. I was really scared. I mean, whether she really was telling me the truth about knowing or not, for me, is not the issue. But even when the baby came, she said she thought she was supposed to visit the bathroom. She mistook labor pains for a need to pass urine. And this is how, no, this one I didn't interview actually. It was court record. The prosecution's case was recorded as follows. Accused felt she wanted to go for a short call, chose to go to an unused old pit latrine. She delivered a baby girl, and when she heard the footsteps of her grandmother, who was looking for her, she threw the child into the pit. In sentencing her, one of the reasons why the judge gave what she called a lenient sentence was that at the time of the crime, she was not in possession of her mental faculties. Of course, a restatement of the law on infanticide. he goes on to observe, and correctly, the problem of infanticide, usually cases of unwanted pregnancies, requires a multi-sectoral approach, as it is more of a social problem than an ordinary crime. That is what the judge said. He nevertheless went on to say, but infants should be protected, and gave the accused a custodial sentence of 18 months. We will ask, if her actions were clearly beyond her control, how could her imprisonment be justified? How could deterrence be a sound principle on which to base the sentence? When I looked at the average sentence of women who were convicted of infanticide, the longest sentence was 5 years. And I don't think that is a lenient sentence. When you compare those sentences with other homicide-related offenses, there's nothing lenient about those sentences. So the revelations clearly show that judicial officers may give lip service to the law's supposed acknowledgement that in cases of infanticide, the women's homicidal acts were beyond the actor's control. But let me just move quickly beyond borders. Uganda, Kenya, from Uganda to Kenya, Tanzania, and the UK. Our law on infanticide, as I've already said, is similar to that of Kenya, similar to that of Tanzania, and similar to that of the UK, recognizing the possible effect of childbirth on a woman's mental health. However, there's a legal regime, the Danes. In their law, they recognize the possibility of mental challenges, but the law goes on to say it can also be out of distress, fear of disgrace, panic, and so on. And I will say that in reality, perhaps these are often the feelings of many young unmarried mothers. Can we pick a leaf from the Danes? I leave that to you. What next? In a very recent article on Kenya by Adrian Blomfield, it is said that Kenya is in the grip of an infanticide crisis, driven by poverty, unwanted pregnancies, and murdered abortion laws. And I think this statement rings true for many of our countries. As activists, I believe we do not excuse the killing of babies, but I think society should meaningfully deal with the crisis by understanding and addressing the broader context. That is, infanticide is the end of a chain that begins with an unwanted pregnancy. I think we have to deal with that. So where does the solution lay? Perhaps part of the solution lies in the teaching of meaningful sex education and in ensuring access to affordable contraceptives. Then fewer women would get pregnant in the first place. We must talk about the right to information. We must emphasize that sexual and reproductive health rights are closely linked to the right to information. Information about sexuality and reproduction, contraception, family planning, safe sex, and so on. The right to information is, I will say, a cornerstone of sexual and reproductive health rights. So we must call for access to information that is accurate. You've had many people taking Panadols in order not to become pregnant. So it must be information that is accurate and comprehensive. Why? because access to accurate and comprehensive information about sexuality and reproduction is essential for individuals to make informed decisions about relationships, about reproductive health, about having children. What we are calling for is really already a recognized universal right, as has been said by many of us. It is universally acknowledged as a human right or within human rights frameworks. At international level, we know that the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women have both clearly indicated that women's right to health includes their sexual and reproductive health. Under Article 10H of CEDAW, governments are obliged to ensure that women have access to information and advice on family planning. There is also specific concern for adolescents. In General Recommendation number 24 of the CEDAW Committee, state parties are specifically urged to prioritize the health education of adolescents, including comprehensive information on family planning methods. And of course, the Maputo Protocol, we are all so proud of. Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol focuses on women's right to health and is entitled Health and Reproductive Rights. Thereunder, states parties are obliged to ensure the right to health of women, including sexual and reproductive health rights. It outlines several areas, including the right to control fertility, the right to choose any method of contraception, and the right to access family planning, education, and information. So we emphasize accessibility, adequacy, affordability. These are key components. I could go on with statistics, but yes, I'm aware that the World Health Organization has stated that sub-Saharan Africa has the highest rate of teenage pregnancy globally, with an average of 143 births by 1,000 births for females aged between 15 and 19 years of age. The situation in Uganda is alarming. The country has one of the highest rates of teenage pregnancy in sub-Saharan Africa. So, what is the state? What kind of policies do we have in each of our nation states on access to contraceptives by teenage girls? What is the policy on information and education and so on? Time is running, but I want to read to you something which I asked a friend to do for me. After going through so many things, I approached somebody who is good with rhyme and rhythm. And I said, can you come up with a poem? Maybe people will listen more than this prose which I'm reading to you. And the title for the poem is Omuntu Agoingewa. Ugandans are laughing because, loosely translated, Omuntu Agoingewa is where should one go. But this phrase originated from social platforms by a woman in a news story. And it usually is used by people who are frustrated about what to do next or where to go to following disillusionment. So I will read the poem to you. She was 16, full of questions, half of answers. A man thrice her age whispered sweet prayers, then vanished into the wind, leaving her with a womb full of shame. The school gates shut. Uniforms don't fit swollen bellies. Church doors locked. Uniforms don't fit swollen bellies, and the church locks the door. Church doors locked because holiness has no room for broken hymns. At home, father thundered. He thundered curses. Mother wept in silence. You are a disgrace to our name, they said. Better go to your grandmother. But even grandmother trembled. This child is not of our clan. I am old, I cannot carry your sins. The village stared. The neighbors gossiped, and the well dried of empathy. She sat on the veranda, watching churches filled with barren women crying for miracles. Hospitals reporting missing babies. Mansions filled with lonely women trading millions for infants. Yet here she was, with life growing inside her, rejected by every living soul. She gave birth behind the latrine, alone in silence. She looked at the baby. It cried. She did not. She wrapped it in an old kitenge and chose silence over screams. They found the body. The law was quick. Manslaughter, infanticide, they called it. But where was the law when her body was taken? Where was the law when she was chased from school, from church, and from home? Where was the law when no hand reached out? Who defends the girl child when all she holds is judgment? Cry, oh girl child, cry. Your tears write stories no books dare publish. Your pain fills rooms where policy has never entered. Omuntu agoingewa. Where shall this person go? Thank you very much.
You'll have to agree that the queendom had to be the queendom. Are we in agreement? I was telling somebody, if you are not at this Baraza, where are you? At your own funeral. That makes it's the highest point of a place to be at. If you're not here physically, or if you're not here online, and you can be able to be here, then you have missed the epitome of 2025 because of the kind of knowledge that we've gotten, the experiences, and the effort that we all put into bringing all our experiences to dialogue. So we'll now take a short 5-minute break to enable us to stretch ourselves, because we have to hear from the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in the next 5 minutes before we break off for lunch. And I'll seek your indulgence. Remember, we had an African problem around electricity, which disrupted us for almost 45 minutes. But now we are back on form. So I'd like to invite the Queen of Kweshunga. Kweshunga means play therapy, means deconstructing the difficult conversations, means it's really a community of fun-loving people. So I'd like to invite Penelope Sanyu, who is going to give us 3 to 5 minutes of us stretching ourselves, and then we can invite the Honorable Minister to speak before we break off for lunch. You're welcome, Penelope Sanyu.
Sorry? I'm going to let you go and do it down there, but before we go there, we are hungry, we are what? And they are still making us play. Quickly, before we play, I just popcorn, just shout out how you're feeling. How are you feeling? So many things have been said. Some of us have been revolutionized. Some of us are angry. Some of us want to even just get those stories and enter them and talk to those judges who did those things. I don't know how you're feeling, but just shout one word. We will collect them. The people online, you can also share how you're feeling in this moment. Uh-huh. Killed a man. Uh-huh. Changed. Every table should feel something, surely. Uh-huh. Sorry? Sorry? Radicalized. Uh-huh. That was Winnie's word. Uh-huh. More empowered. Nice. Uh-huh. Energized. Huh? Ahmad. Hey, you people have so much English. Uh-huh. Anything else? How are we feeling here? How are you feeling? Convicted? That's a good place to start your speech. Anyone else? Anyone else? How are you feeling on this table? Jet lag. Oh dear. We are going to play. So everybody get up so that you're not as jet lagged as you are now. We can take our seats so that we are not stressed. And this is what we are going to do. Find a partner, find a person who wants to be my partner here so that I demonstrate what we are going to do. Yes. But have you played this game before? No, I'm not going to make it difficult. Do we have a partner? Do we each have a partner? Okay, so look at Buki and I. Maybe we're going to stand here so you can see us properly. Sorry, Buki. We are going to play Domina. In Uganda, there's a thing we used to play, Domina and Statue. I don't remember the words, but we are going to play it, right? Are we together? You have to statue, okay? Are we together? We are going to do one more time. You guys are cheating. You're cheating. Okay, now one more time. Domina super sana, big boys never tire. Statue, again, statue, again, statue. Thank you very much. Let me invite you. You don't have to sit, don't worry. Hey, I saw some people doing this. I said, can my back do that? And we are going to do that in the evening because we have a dinner and dance. So if you felt cut short along the way, keep that dance for the evening. So we'd like to thank the Queendom for having sailed us inside into the Baraza. So many issues have been left. We've even been given homework. Many of us are saying that we actually convinced, we actually angry, we want to see things change.
And that is the purpose of the Baraza. When you're angry about something, action will follow, because we always think from the head, the heart, and the feet. And we'd like us to move with the feet later on as we are passing through this. So, Lady Justice Ekirikubinza wanted to acknowledge the person who wrote for us the poem. That poem was written by somebody who prepared this for us for the Baraza. So let us acknowledge that, and then we get into the keynote, into the minister's speech.
Thank you very much. You see, the Minister of Justice is here, and there's something called intellectual property and intellectual property rights. I had forgotten to acknowledge the friend. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to be with us. He's called Frederick Wanume Chibedi. I just gave him my notes, my speaking notes, and he came up with the poem. So, Frederick Wanume Chibedi, could you please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we're going to take the opportunity of inviting our Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, and he's a seasoned lawyer. He's an activist. He is a political leader. He's a human rights advocate. He's a senior counsel. He actually has done a lot of work championing constitutionalism and the rule of law, as well as democratic governance. He oversees Uganda's legal and judicial framework. He has been at the forefront of national and regional efforts to promote access to justice, legal reforms, and protection of fundamental human rights. His participation at this Baraza comes at a critical moment in our trajectory because of this year's theme that calls for a lot of legal interpretation and interrogation on criminalization of sexual and reproductive health and rights and bodily autonomy and choice. And his civil and legal leadership equips him with the insights that would really need to ensure that we uphold equity, equality, and also making sure that we have constitutional and legal reforms. Honorable Mao, you're welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much, MC. Your Excellency, Commissioner Janet from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Your Excellency, Dr. Brenda Akia from the UN CEDAW Committee. The Honorable Maria Teresa Manuela, the Special Rapporteur on Prisons, our Supreme Court Justice, Justice Professor Lillian Ekirikubinza, who to me is just Auntie Lillian, because when I was growing up in Jinja, I was very good friends with her nephews, so I became one of the nephews also by default. I promise not to address you like that in court. The Executive Director of UNAIDS, my big sister Winnie Byanyima, had to leave. The distinguished panelists, the academos, as I would say, our visitors from other countries, the organizers, dear friends, I was invited to give remarks. When you are asked to give remarks, you have a lot of room for maneuver. I'm beginning to wish I had not had the interferences I had this morning, which would have enabled me to arrive in time and therefore avoid the intimidation that I suffered as very high-powered presentations were made. I want to congratulate Ahaki Institute for having this kind of convening power. Just look at the people you have been able to assemble during a very busy season. It's not easy to assemble this kind of gathering. Your convening power should continue to grow. Now, for me, I'll start by saying you have given me homework. There are 5 things that you are interested in, and I noted them here. You want the circumstances under which abortion is permissible to be increased. That is one thing you have put on the table. Number 2, you want a revisit of the sentences that courts are allowed to impose in abortion cases. And you are talking about non-custodial sentences. In Uganda, we have them, for instance, community service. That's the second homework you want to give to this student of yours called the Minister of Justice. Number 3, you are asking that courts should consider rehabilitation as the main purpose of a sentence in abortion cases. And then number 4, you're asking for legal aid. And then number 5, that courts should ensure that their interpretation of laws relating to abortion are aligned with each country's international obligations, for instance, to treaties. Basically, that is what you have put on the table. You have assembled a convincing panel to argue your case. And they have done a very good job to argue your case. I've not come here as counsel for the defense. Let me say I've come as an assessor. I'm a friend of the court. And as a friend of the court, I'll also mention where I am leaning. Basically, we are talking about boundaries. No matter what we say, or no matter the amount of English we speak. And I don't think there's anybody in this room who wants us to remove all boundaries. And I think that's a good place to do my work as an assessor. I don't think there's anybody here who say, remove the road markings, drive on the left or the right, depending on how you feel. You can park anywhere, you can park facing this way or that way. So we are here to talk about what are the boundaries that are reasonable and can make for peaceful coexistence. Because we are heading to 8 billion human beings. And these 8 billion, they live in Uganda, others live in Tehran, others live in Kabul, Afghanistan, others are in California, others are in Tulsa, Oklahoma, known as the buckle of the Bible Belt in America. So, on account of the people I see in this room, I believe we have the broadness of mind to really engage seriously and respectfully. I'm very pleased that I have not sensed any sense of fanaticism. Definitely none of you has come out as a fanatic on whichever side you are defending. Now, a fanatic has been defined as someone who approaches every issue with an open mouth and a closed mind. Now, in a baraza, if you have a closed mind, then you are in the wrong place. Because a baraza is for open minds, not closed minds. So my role is to basically say we need boundaries. That's my case, if any. And I hope I will persuade you to take a stand against those who want to remove all boundaries. There must be boundaries. We must have, like the cosmos, the planetary system. We must have orbits. Can you imagine if each planet would go to whichever orbit it felt like? The Earth may say, it's a bit boring here. Let me go where Jupiter moves. And we have laws because of a certain order. And the boundaries of those laws keep changing. Of course, now we get lectures from our colonial masters who teach us half-baked history. They don't tell us the real history. Those who denied women the right to vote for centuries now come and teach Africa about democracy. Those who held slaves are now talking about equality. As one of my professors said long ago, text without context is pretext. So it is important to always have context. And there are ironies all through history. If there's anybody from Britain here, one day you cut off the head of your king, King Charles I. For 11 years you were a republic. Then those who wanted to give you freedom became worse tyrants than the king whose head you had cut off. Then you looked for the son of the king whose head you had cut off and said, please come back. Come to think of it, we have had a second opinion. We want our monarchy back. And then you installed Charles II and sentenced to death those who had cut off the head of the first king. So I hope there is room in our brains for the ironies of history, because that's what makes us real intellectuals. Of course, you are activists, so you are allowed to have very strong opinions and not to compromise easily. I'm here to celebrate that spirit. Now, for me, this is about taking a stand, and you have taken a stand. For me also, these matters of abortion are important. Infanticide is even more important to me, because I'll start by telling you that for me it is very personal. My mother, my biological mother, as it is said, abandoned me in the house when I was 8 months old. Thank God she did not kill me, because she had that option. Definitely all the tools must have been there. I'm sure there were knives. There must have been big sticks. She exercised a positive choice. She just walked away. The man standing before you had to start life on his own at 8 months. Thank God I didn't crawl to where the fire was. I could have been burnt. My father was then in the army and he had gone to work. He comes back home, finds his firstborn son, who is supposed to be his heir, without a mother. He has cried, he has soiled himself, he has done whatever children do naturally. So he picks up the son, cleans him up, puts him in his VW Beetle, Volkswagen, and start the journey from Baraza to Gulu. Anything over 500 kilometers, definitely. This is according to what my father told me. I don't think my mother had any thoughts of ending my life, but my father did. When he reached the Karuma Falls, which some of you know, he stopped the car and opened the door. And he looked at this thing, then looked at the raging waters. This is towards the end of 1967. Infant mortality rate is very high. The chance of a child without a mother surviving was very low. The so-called 6 killer diseases were alive and well. Diarrhea, kwashiorkor, diphtheria, whooping cough, measles. They were all waiting for his son. And he had an idea that maybe I should just end it easily. In any case, I think I already know what's going to happen to this thing. He also made a positive choice. So he took me to his mother, who was, of course, not a young woman anymore. And the mother actually told me she breastfed me. I investigated this by asking women whether a woman of those ages can actually produce milk. And they said yes, that the mammary glands can be stimulated by a baby who is craving breast milk, and it can actually produce milk. I used to tease my father that, as a matter of fact, I'm not your son, I'm your brother. So I want you to know that for me, this is a very personal thing. Whether you agree with what I'm going to say or not, whatever I've told you is true. So let my truth contend with your opinion. Indeed, Will Durant, a philosopher, said, "From barbarism to civilization requires a century. From civilization to barbarism needs but a day." It is not easy to build something beautiful and good, but destroying, yeah, of course, having a baby is an act of love, it's an act of creation. Getting rid of a baby is the opposite. And it takes just a few minutes. You have said there is a contest. So what is the contest about? Of course, history is the rise and fall of big ideas and worldviews. Now, these worldviews form our values, and our values motivate us to act. It is what makes us to lift up flags and go to the streets. Whether tear gas is being thrown at us or not, it starts here. Because it moves from here, the ideas, and then what you care about is now here. The value which is attached to your idea. And then you move. The panelists have severally said there is a movement. Now, behind the movement, there's the motivation, namely the things that the movement cares about. And the things that the movement cares about are the ideas, the big ideas. It is a contested space because both sides believe they are right. It is principle versus principle. So it is a space for those who are very serious. It is not a space for high school debate, because it is a matter of life and death for those who are debating in many cases. You have called it reproductive justice. Words have been thrown around. You have denounced the criminalization of the actions of women who seek reproductive health services. You have denounced the restrictive laws and policies. That is the stand. Of course, the advocates talk about dignity and another phrase, bodily autonomy. Bodily. The body. You have talked about the abortion-related offenses. And one of the panelists talked about stupid anti-abortion laws. Are there any that are not stupid? That is my space as an assessor. I told you I'm not for the plaintiff, I'm not for the defense. I'm an assessor. Of course, our country punishes what they call unlawful abortion. So the law creates value, of course, and as my sister Winnie Byanyima said, law serves those who have the power because they are made by those who have power. As my friend Professor Ben would give you an earful if you cared to hear about laws not being even aligned to morality or to anything. And then the abuse of culture. You have also denounced this abuse of culture. We are Africans. This is for white people. That's our last defense. When we have reached the end of our argument, say, why are you succumbing to neocolonialism? But based on the stories I've heard here, I don't think there was some imperialist involved in defiling young girls and so on and so forth. Naturally, you have also demanded adequate, affordable, and accessible health care. In order to prevent maternal mortality, which is a direct result of unsafe abortions. Now, those don't go reported, I'm sure, because nobody can go proudly to say, Uganda National Bureau of Statistics, here I am. I've come to report that I carried out an abortion and the mother carrying the baby died. Please add it kindly to your statistics of maternal mortality. So maybe we are even underestimating maternal mortality on account of the climate of fear that the legal regime creates. That's part of my homework. The world in which we have lived have moved in zigzag fashion. Women to the kitchen. Would we have professors here and the High Commission? Because that was the world. They are to be seen, not to be heard. It was until recently that a woman went to the US Supreme Court. It was a men's club for a long time. So women to the kitchen, gays to the closet, abortionists to jail. This is the trajectory you are challenging. And you have a good cause. Fortunately, you are not alone. In my younger years, I was sent by the Uganda Law Society Legal Aid Project to open the first ever legal aid project office in northern Uganda, in Gulu. I was the advocate, I was the cleaner, I was the process server, I was everything. And I opened that office, and it is still there up to now. And my clients were mainly women in these kind of situations. The world in which we live today is facing issues of abortion and soon assisted suicide, euthanasia, genetic engineering. This is the brave new world that Huxley wrote about. But I must stay faithful to my main skeleton of my remarks, namely where to set the boundaries, because that's the only place where we'll ever greet each other. Others say the boundaries should be narrow, others are saying they should be wider, others say don't have boundaries. In the United States, the story started in 1973, when, despite the US Constitution, specifically the 14th Amendment, which instructs states that they may not deprive any person of life, liberty, and property, the Supreme Court held that a human fetus is not a person. That's the only way they could escape the Constitution. Is not a person and can therefore be legitimately destroyed. Courts operate along boundaries also. That is actually where the revolution is, on the boundary of the law. They circumvented this constitutional provision by arguing that while the fetus is biologically human, it is not a legal person. A non-person with no rights at all at any stage of pregnancy. That's where some boundaries are being debated even in the US. The court said it is the mother who is a person, and the right to privacy we are asserting is a right to the mother, not to the baby. Now that case, Roe versus Wade, became the pinnacle of a very powerful social current. Became the crest of the wave. Of course, given that was 1973, it had fuel. The fuel is what you would call the sexual politics. And it was about liberating citizens from what was seen as oppressive moral restraint. Now, don't get me wrong. Another boundary we need to talk about is the moral restraints. I don't think that's what we are discussing here. We are discussing the legal restraints, the ones that are in black and white, because anybody can come here and say, morally, no woman should wear trousers. But there has never been a law like that. So morality is also another refuge. Now that pinnacle of the crest became what we now know as the pro-choice movement. And the defining value of that movement, remember I started from ideas to values and a conviction to take action. Those really are the three stages. Every time you find somebody who is claiming to be an activist and you say, okay, what do you care about? And what is the idea behind what you care about? Then I would warn you against following such a person if they are not very clear about that. Fortunately, I don't think any of you belong to that group. You definitely have been clear about what you care about. And what you care about is connected to some big ideas, which I started by talking about. So that became the pro-choice movement. And their defining value became what is called choice. What choice? Choice over what to do with one's body. Of course, according to Newton's law, for every action, there's a reaction. So another movement erupted on the other side. They challenged that view by arguing that, wait a minute, can choice by itself be a value? They said, no, choice can't be a value. But rather, the value lies in what is chosen. You cannot say, choice is my value. The real value should lie in what you have chosen, because that's the only way that choice can even have meaning. That group became what is now known as the pro-life movement. They claimed that those who are calling themselves pro-choice were killing unborn babies. Ironically, they call themselves pro-life, but they would go and throw bombs at suspected abortion clinics, killing people. And yet they said they were pro-life. So why kill a doctor and a nurse and you are pro-life? You love life so much that you kill. So, as an assessor, I look for other avenues because we are supposed to expand these boundaries. We can go beyond abortion. We need to look at adopting children. That option would make it easier. The world into which I was born, grandmothers were available to take care of the children that are abandoned. Now, it is difficult. Some of us grew up, I was eventually taken to my aunt. That's the kind of society of the 70s. So, in this modern context, adoption is an option that would make a child be saved. When I was leading the local government in Gulu, I welcomed a church known as Watoto. They opened something called Watoto Babies. So rather than the pit latrine, mothers would run in the night and abandon the baby outside the gate of Watoto. That option is something we should explore. Of course, loving the mother who is in a dilemma is one way. My mother was 17 when she gave birth to me. And I don't think she was near anybody to talk to her. She was in a surrounding of the military. And whatever disagreement she had with my father, I want to assure you I had nothing to do with it. But she must have had her reasons. So care for the mother is another investment we should make, in addition to making adoption easier and more feasible. And for the father, responsibility. These men who just do what they do and zip up and just put their hands in their pockets and stroll away, not knowing that what they have just done comes with a lot of responsibility. That's why I loved this poem. So, omuntu agoyingewa, where would this girl go if the society only focuses on her and leaves the man? So we definitely must ensure that institutions like the Ahaki Institute is out there to empower citizens so that they can think for themselves. You should be the intellectual engine behind social movements. I hope to see you on school campuses talking to the girls and challenging the major disease of our generation, political correctness. I don't think there are many Supreme Court justices who would speak the way Auntie Lillian spoke, because political correctness and decorum of the judiciary does not allow you to talk like that. So, I hope you can tell Wanume Kibedi to write another poem called Swallowing the Pin, or Kumira Pini. Really, you need to swallow the pin to be part of this movement. You must be like my friend Salome, who, you know, she is one thing. And she knows me, that when I see a good cause and when I see political correctness interfering, I'll always challenge political correctness. One day, Solomon and I were talking about the most controversial book that ever came to Uganda, called The Vagina Monologues. And they were threatening to go and act that book in the National Theatre. The whole country was on fire. You see, we live in a world where so-called Christianity also interferes, and radical some of these religious beliefs. I really hope I get to heaven and see whether the people who are so militant here are actually there, whether they are going to end up there. It is probably the sincere people who are going to end up there. And for those who really read the Bible, I think Jesus spent most of his time in the company of sinners. That was actually his business. Those were his buddies, because that's the only way he could carry out his mission. So, political correctness is a big problem. And of course, the imbalance of power. We are basically talking about power. I call upon Ahaki Institute to become what we call step-down transformers. Put these speeches and presentations that have been made here in a common language. That's what I mean by saying you should be a step-down transformer, because a lot of what has been said here is really high voltage. My villagers will not understand it. So step it down a little bit and say, look, you are not as shackled as you think. Let me close this way. We need boundaries that are reasonable. And these boundaries should protect the right of a woman to make decisions. Now, the individuality of a woman is important. That is not taught in any school. And beyond culture, There are now those who want to go far as to say the genes of unborn children should be studied so that bad genes can be removed before they come to pollute our world. Now, those are the ones who are pushing the boundary even further. They are not just talking about a poor girl who needs to get rid of a pregnancy, or somebody who is in a relationship that is not socially acceptable. We are now talking about those who want to do what they call genetic engineering. They are moving to the world of Dr. Mengele, of Adolf Hitler, of the Aryan purity. So we need border patrols for this kind of movements also. And I hope some of you will join in patrolling those borders, because while you are blinking, you are being taken through, abortion rights and so on. In the shadows, there are other boundaries that are being manufactured. And I don't think you want to get there. That is why I started my speech by talking about boundaries. And I leave you with the conversation between Thomas More and Mr. Roper in A Man for All Seasons. Basically, the argument was Mr. Roper telling Thomas More that if I must achieve an objective, I will cut down every law if need be. So here it goes. So now you give the devil the benefit of law. That is Mr. Roper asking Thomas More. Basically saying we need boundaries. We need laws. And Thomas More says, yes, what would you do? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil? In this case, the devil is the devil of restraints on a woman's right to choose, restraint on how to remove restrictions on infanticide and so on. So Thomas More says, yes, you want to cut a great road through the law to get after the devil? And Mr. Roper says, yes, I would cut down every law in England to do that. And Thomas More says, oh, and when the last law was down and the devil turned around on you, where would you hide, Roper? The laws all being flat. This country is planted thick with laws from coast to coast. Man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down and you are just the man to do it, do you really think you would stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I would give the devil benefit of law for my own safety's sake. In order to protect some of these rights, reproductive rights as we call them, remember the world in which we live operates on code words. These are loaded words. So from reproductive rights is now my right to go to a laboratory and say, like the Chinese, I don't want a girl, remove, I want a son. These are the boundaries that we need to talk about. I want somebody, they may even reach technology of measuring the IQ of an unborn baby, if that were possible. You never know, it may be. So I said, no, this one is not likely to be a professor like me. So remove, we are going to do it. Or for those who love, if you want a blonde, no, this is not a blonde, remove. We are going to try for a blonde. I want blue eyes, come on. This one, no blue eyes? No, remove. So, behind the phrase reproductive rights, there may be this Mr. Roper's nightmare may be hiding behind there. Nevertheless, regardless of what I've said, you can count on me to now do the following. Number one, I will invite those of you who are at the front line of this to come and we engage at the Ministry of Justice about next steps. I'm a politician. I would love you to be on my side, definitely. We may like those who cheer us, but also we like those who tell us intelligent things to do with long-term impact. The good news is that I'm the chairman of the Cabinet Standing Committee on Human Rights, in which sits the minister in charge of arresting people, that's the Minister of Internal Affairs, in which sits the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who has to come to Banjul once in a while, either to apologize or to make a fresh promise. In that committee sits the Minister for Gender, Labor, and Social Development, who gets an earful from the women at least once a year on 8th of March. In that committee sits the Attorney General, under whose office all the laws are drafted. In that committee sits the Minister for Local Government to bring things to the local level. So we are 9 very powerful people sit with me there, and many of them are generals. So the day you are willing to meet the Cabinet Standing Committee on Human Rights, because while you agree that there should be boundaries, the case you have made today is that the boundaries are squeezing you. That's really what I get from listening to you. So don't think I have not got your message. And I'm not going to insulate the government in which I serve from the full voltage of the current that you have unleashed today. Thank you very much. I wish you good deliberations.
Let's give a warm applause to Honorable Mao for challenging us, but even also for allowing us to get topics we're going to discuss. If you've not picked any topic this morning to talk about at lunchtime, hey, then this opening has not been nice for you. So, of course, apologies that we are running late for our lunch. So I'll just make a few announcements. I'd like to request that when we stand out, we go to have a group picture on the right, and then go and have our lunch. When you go out to the outside, you pick your lunch coupon at the registration desk, because there is a number of meetings here. They want to be sure which meeting is picking lunch. And then lastly, for those of us that are doing social media, please make sure that you use the hashtag Litigation Baraza 2025. With that, let's go for the picture and then have lunch, continue the conversations. We come back here after an hour at 3:30 to resume the session. Enjoy yourselves and please continue the conversations. Let's continue doing the Baraza even at lunchtime. And let the contestations continue.
So please bear with us in terms of managing and getting into your personal time, especially during the lunch breaks. So now we are going to, when you look at your program, you realize that we are running late by 3 sessions. Yes. 3 sessions, which we have to do in the next 2 hours. In terms of how we've planned that, we have allocated plenary 1, 60 minutes, plenary 2, 60 minutes, and then a total of 10 minutes for the statements from the pre-Baraza. In other words, within 2 hours and 10 minutes we should have finished, because the band is under instruction that at 6 o'clock they start playing the music. 6 to warm up. The band is under instruction, but also you have had a very, very long day. And we'd like you to offload so that we are ready to network. So I'd like to beg your indulgence. Please, let's manage the time well. And then secondly, the panel moderators are aware. We've had a conversation with them to ensure that their panels are impactful, deep, but at the same time we are managing time. So I'd like to take the opportunity to invite the moderator and introduce them for the next panel. This particular panel is supposed to break down for us the morning session. I know some of us, by the time we went for lunch, we had discussions that went in all sides, given what we've had in the morning. So this panel is going to enable us to break that down. And my role here is only to introduce the moderator of the panel, and then the moderator is going to invite their respective panelists. I have the honor to introduce Buki Williams, who is the SRHR lead for Kinamama Africa from Nigeria and Uganda. She's a Pan-African feminist and a development actor who is very interested around African women. And also she works with young women, so she has the vibe that we need from young women, and she has worked extensively
institute that made the decision to put young people at the forefront. And we are young people for young people. We are from Richer Hand, Uganda. Distinguished guests, partners, fellow young people, and advocates, good afternoon. We stand before you not just as young people, but as citizens, witnesses and survivors of a justice system that often forgets us, and of a society that expects us to be silent in the face of systemic failure. Yeah. But today, we speak not from the shadows of those failures, but from the light of hope, resistance, and radical care. Yesterday, at the youth-led pre-Baraza that we decided to call the GN Tribe BNN Pre-Youth Baraza, because under Richer Hand Uganda, the movement for young people is the Generation Now Tribe. It's a tribe of young Gen Zs that are championing change. Through spoken word poetry by our very own Letitia, panels, and personal reflections, we confronted a painful truth. Uganda's laws, institutions, and communities are still not safe spaces for young people, especially when it comes to our sexual and reproductive health and rights. We heard the poetry of Letitia echo the reality of many, that prosecution too often becomes persecution when young people, especially young women, assert autonomy over their bodies. We've learned of Janice, a 16-year-old imprisoned for infanticide, whose only crime was being failed by every adult and system that meant to protect her. Her story is not rare. It is replicated in our schools, our homes, our courts, and our prisons. Let us be clear. Reproductive oppression is legal violence. And incarceration, when used to punish instead of protect, is a direct violation of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, which guarantees the rights to dignity, health, and protection from inhuman treatment under the Articles 20, 24, and 33. We are heartened by the efforts like the Children's Amendment Act 2016 and the National Sexuality Education Framework 2018, yet in reality, these policies remain far removed from the lives of youth who cannot access legal aid, health services, or even accurate information about their bodies. The Mental Health Act 2019 promised more community-based support, but we are still referred to institutions that frighten more than they heal. From our pre-youth Baraza discussions, we make it known we are not passive beneficiaries of rights, we are active holders of them. And we are demanding the following: youth-friendly legal aid services that speak our language, use our mediums like music, drama, social media, and reach us where we are, not where it is convenient. 2, legal reform that centers survivors, not punishes them, including the full implementation of the Penal Code Bill to decriminalize abortion and ensure access to safe sexual reproductive health and rights services. 3, mental health services in schools and communities, not only in referral hospitals like Butabika, but in places we trust, like our schools, our university campuses, our clinics, and our churches. Meaningful youth inclusion in all policy-making spaces, not just as guests or photo ops, but as co-authors of laws that govern our lives. Our peers across the globe are moving. In Chile, young people shaped abortion law. In Kenya, youth are challenging outdated laws through strategic litigation. Uganda cannot afford to leave its youth behind. We are the majority. According to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, over 77% of Uganda's population is under 30. And all of us standing in front of you, we are actually below 24. That is not a statistic. That is power. And yet we are still the most policed, the most punished, the most ignored, when all we want is to live, learn, love, and lead in dignity. We thank Afya na Haki and all the partners for choosing to work with us in this conversation, not as a token gesture, but as a commitment to shared power. Thank you for seeing us as equals in the legal and advocacy space. This Baraza proves that when young people are trusted, they deliver bravely, boldly, and with heart. So today at this stage, as we stand before you, we do not just speak, we declare. We declare that justice must be more than lawful, it must be loving. We declare that SRHR is not a privilege, it is a right. And we declare that young people are not the problem, they are the path forward. Let us shift the narrative from punishment to protection, from silence to stories, from exclusion to equity. This is not just our call, it is our commitment. Young people for young people. Thank you.
Hello. Mine is just a question for you to think, and I'm not trying to say don't. I'm just maybe seeking guidance from you, because we are faced with this situation as well on the committee, and I'm sure a commissioner as well, because we do the same work. When we have member states and we are pushing for abortion, the CEDAW position is decriminalize abortion in all circumstances. But there are times when we have to, you also have to do, like what Tom said, your research and stuff, and you realize that, you know what, let's put, yes, ask for decriminalization, but we also say, have also pushed for another recommendation in terms of decriminalize in the maybe rape, incest, the exceptions. But I listen, and we use that as not to say that we are carving down, but we are for dialogue, to allow for constructive interaction and dialogue, to massage, not to get them to see that eventually you must decriminalize. We kind of do that two-step, because we do recognize there are certain countries that, yeah, the culture is really entrenched, so we give them that option of decriminalize it in these grounds. And I do listen from the declaration that you have made that you've only taken one path. Again, me, I'm just trying to understand, but also maybe Commissioner, I'm talking from reality with conversations with member states. Would you have a consideration to also slip in, again, I'm not saying do this, I'm just saying, given the reality on ground, and I know radically youth want straight, like we want decriminalized, period. But again, you come in from the reality perspective. Would you consider having an inclusion where you're also giving them the option, especially because you're not only doing this for Uganda or Kenya, you're doing it for many Northern Africa and stuff where it's going to take a whole while. Would you consider, sorry, I'm going on and on, but I'm trying to be politically correct here, because I don't want you to say I'm trying to sabotage you, but I'm also coming from a realistic point of view, where you should include that aspect of decriminalize abortion, at least in those 4 circumstances, because most countries are able to negotiate on that one. But maybe.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you've raised a very pertinent issue. You must know that the Africa position, the Maputo Protocol position, is the circumstance that you're talking about. And I always tell people that law reform is a process. It's not something that happens overnight. It's a process. We've come a very long way. In fact, today, as we talk about issues that we never used to talk about before in the past,
we must recognize we are standing on the shoulders of people who had started the struggle a long time ago and have taken us this far. So the point raised by Brenda is very, very pertinent. Bearing in mind, because in fact these days in our advocacy, what we actually reinforce is in whatever context you are advocating, it's not one size fits all. Each context has its own unique specificity. In fact, that's why the Maputo Protocol was negotiated, developed, and adopted, taking into consideration the African context. So I think this is something that it's worth considering, so that whenever you are advocating, you advocate taking into consideration your context and mindful of the current backlash. Because sometimes you can take a position and it can fall flat on your face. The backlash is so serious. It's global. It's not only now Africa anymore. It is global. So we must actually do it stage by stage. And I think what is being recommended is a step in the right direction. At least for me, as the special rapporteur on the rights of women, responsible for the Maputo Protocol, if we take that stage, we'll at least it will be the step in the right direction. Okay, we are seeing the implementation, full implementation of the Maputo Protocol. And then we can, with time, take it to the next level. So I think you've raised a very pertinent issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those were very crucial things to take note of. And I believe because tomorrow we're a wider team here and the engagement was quite wide, I think those are things that we can discuss back and include and have a more detailed recommendation and action point that we would love you to hear. Maybe also from from yesterday's pre-event, one of our very young people that speaks through art came up with this mural painting that tries to show what justice looks like. He is a young person, though he is not able to be with us today due to the limitation of numbers, but it is a painting that we would love to have some of the crucial people that we have here to sign on it as we take it back home in Lunguja. We are located in Lunguja. But allow me to welcome Commissioner. We would love to have your signatory on the mural painting, Her Excellency, all the dignitaries actually. Lady Justice, she has left. Also Buki. All of us.
Okay. Can we request that we sign after the session? Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to commit myself to hound people to make sure they sign.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Otherwise, I think our 5 minutes are done. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Some people here are saying they were young. You're still young at heart. Okay, so we're going to have from the Mama Network for them to present to us their statement. An applause.
And just to say, for many of us here, we started just like you. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to come into these spaces because we show up differently, we share our knowledge differently, we share our experiences differently, and you will get to where we are today. I am also a youth by African Union Standards, 35. So as older youth, we want to tell you it gets better. It gets better, you get more clarity as you go forward. Distinguished guests, all protocols observed. My name is Kerigo Odada from the Mama Network, which stands for Mobilizing Activists Around Medical Abortion. Mama Network is a membership-based organization with 100 members across 24 African countries. And at Mama, we continue to break geographical and ideological boundaries Because at Mama, we believe that self-managed abortion with pills has the potential to reduce maternal mortality and morbidity from unsafe abortion and increase individual control, freedom, and autonomy for those who use pills. I'm honored to report back from our pre-Baraza event titled Decriminalizing Care, Strategic Legal Partnerships to Address the Criminalization of Self-Managed Abortion in Africa and Latin America. And this was convened by Mama Network together with our allies from Latin America, Force Feminista, and Rios Rivers. This was a deeply affirming and politically urgent conversation that brought together feminist lawyers, accompaniers, medical service providers, researchers, and organizers working with frontline activists working on SMA in Africa and Latin America. The session was grounded in the broader theme of this Baraza, incarceration and SRHR in Africa, and it asked a question that remains at the heart of our collective work. What does reproductive justice mean in a context where care itself is criminalized? What emerged was a powerful cross-regional reflection that affirmed both the urgency and the complexity of our current moment. I think this was very evident in the morning session. We had stories of deep solidarity and sisterhood, guided by the hope that one day women and gender-diverse persons across the world will be able to fully realize what reproductive justice truly means. But we also had difficult truths of SMA providers being arrested, pharmacists interrogated, accompaniers surveilled, and communities operating under constant legal threat. In every example shared, it was clear that the law is increasingly not being used to protect but to punish, and the weight of that punishment continues to fall hardest on those who are already marginalized. That's the young people, the poor, LGBTQIA+ persons, undocumented people, persons living with disability, and those working outside formal legal systems. This led to one of the clearest points of agreements in the room. That what is being criminalized has crossed the boundaries of abortion in its technical terms to include care as a whole. And this is care in its most basic and transformative form, including care offered through community networks, digital platforms, harm reduction models, and accompaniment strategies. Care that fills the gap left by underfunded and hostile health systems, care that saves lives. These forms of care are increasingly targeted by laws that are vague, outdated, and selectively enforced. Throughout the session, we had experiences from Kenya, Colombia, Uganda, Peru, and beyond. These reflections were anchored in lived experiences and illustrated how criminalization today is no longer limited to formal justice systems. Legal risks now include surveillance of phones, confiscation of medical commodities, raids on clinics, and the policing of digital communication. These patterns have shifted the landscape of risk, and with them, the way we must think about lawyering. Participants made a clear call. Our response must match the evolution of the threat. We need a more proactive, multidisciplinary, and politically aware model of movement lawyering. One that is anticipatory and not just reactive. That means we must build legal preparedness into our organizing through rapid response legal systems. We need legal risk toolkits, digital safety training, and legal literacy amongst accompaniers, providers, and those who walk the journey with activists on the ground. It also means recognizing that our strategies must be embedded within wider political struggle and not isolated to the courtrooms. Another important reflection was the call for African states to draw on the WHO 2022 guidelines on self-care. The guidelines explicitly recognize that self-care in the context of abortion is a safe and effective health intervention, one that can play a critical role in expanding access, especially in settings where the formal health system is inaccessible, unsafe, or discriminatory. We also had powerful lessons from Latin America, where feminist legal movements have been working for decades to resist criminalization and build support. In Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico, we saw how litigation has been used in tandem with grassroots mobilization, accompaniment networks, and public education campaigns to push back against criminal laws and shift cultural narratives. These approaches don't just seek to change laws, they aim to change how society understands abortion and the people who provide and seek it. Taken together, these reflections affirm that while the legal terrain differs across regions, the system of repression and the tools of resistance are deeply interconnected. Across both Africa and Latin America, there is a growing convergence around urgency of decriminalizing care, defending bodily autonomy, and protecting the people who do this work every day under threat. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mama Network, for having summarized the deep discussions that you had. And for both rapporteurs, for Mama Network and Rahul, please share with me your outcome statement, because it's going to go into the outcome document of the Baraza as well as the charter. So I'm going to take us through the last session. I hope we still have energy for that session. And do we have energy? Can we hear the energy? Okay, I'm going to take us to the last session where I'll invite the moderator of that session. And then after that session, we're going to go for our dinner and award ceremony. I'd like to invite somebody that I knew when we were all still young, maneuvering through the trenches of activism, getting into a space where it was extremely risky to identify as a feminist, but also we had to do it. Jedida Maina is a gender and women rights activist. Her passion has been around sexual and reproductive rights of all individuals, and she has invested herself for between 15 to 20 years as an organizer, program manager, doing work around designing fun and educational sexuality materials, as well as doing advocacy on laws and policies. She currently is the executive director of the Trust for Indigenous Culture and Health TICA based in Nairobi, and she's the coordinator of Mama Network, which is an Africa regional network of grassroots organizations and individuals that are supportive reproductive health. Jedida, you're welcome, and please, it's your honor to invite your panel to make sure that we are engaged in your discussions. Over to you.
I'm very aware that this panel sits between us and dancing, right? And I'm also a very avid believer in the mantra that there's no point of a revolution if we can't dance. So I'm going to keep to one boundary, time. Panelists, please help me for us to keep this boundary. So the panel that I have the honor to moderate this afternoon is called the Colonial Legacies and SRHR Criminalization. And for this urgent conversation on colonial legacies, it's not just a legal discussion. It's also about political and feminist reckoning, and with the structures that continue to control our bodies, our choices, and our futures. Across many of our contexts, laws that criminalize abortion, same-sex relations, adolescent sexuality, bodily autonomy, did not originate from
no doubt, yeah, I will stay with you. As each morning brings the sunrise and the flowers bloom in springtime, on my love and you can rely, yeah, I will stay with you. I will stay with you through your ups and your downs. I will stay with you when no one else is around. When the clouds away, I will stay by your side, and I know we'll be alright. I will stay with you, yeah. Though relationships get old, they have the tendency to go on. We've got something like a miracle. I will stay with you. I will stay with you through your ups and your downs. I will stay with you. No one else is around. When that dark clouds away, I will stay by your side. I know we'll be alright. I will stay with you, yeah. Ooh, ooh, Lord, yeah. Ooh, I met a girl this morning. She was love at first sight. Ooh, I met a girl this morning. She was beauty to my eyes. Ask her where she from, she tell me from Kamota. Ask me what's my name, I tell her I am bitches. Ask again, tell me what's your name. Tell me that her name is Uganda. Right, I know you smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Uganda. Baby, just smile, oh smile. Smile for me. See, never you cry, here am I. Boy, be for you, Uganda. Why must I try? Oh, girl, smile for me. I tell her what me say. Woman, there's something you should know. Oh, woman, there's something you should know. Alright, woman, say you are one in a million. One in a million, girl. I will never ever give you up for another. We never ever give you up for another. Come on, you say now you are one in a million. One in a million, girl. I will never ever give you up for another. We never ever give you up for another. usitoe mimba yangu we. Mungu akileta mtoto analeta sani yake, lete nitamlea. Usitoe mimba yangu we. Mungu akileta mtoto analeta sani yake. Huenda kawa Obama, hata wale Amerika. Huenda kawa Lupita, Oscar nazo wakazita. Huenda kawa wanyama, acheze soka Uingereza. Huenda kawa Kenyatta, mzilisi wa taifa na kuombanea. Usitoe mimba yangu we. Mungu akileta mtoto analeta sani yake, lete nitamlea. Usitoe mimba yangu we. Mungu akileta mtoto analeta sani yake. Huenda kawa Obama, hata wale Amerika. Huenda kawa Lupita, Oscar nazo wakazita. Huenda kawa wanyama, acheze soka Uingereza. Huenda kawa Kenyatta, mzilisi wa taifa na kuombanea. Usitoe mimba yangu we. Mungu akileta mtoto analeta sani yake, lete nitamlea. Usitoe mimba yangu we. Mungu akileta mtoto analeta sani yake. Just like the sun lights up the earth and unites up my life. The only one I've ever seen with a smile so bright. Just yesterday, you came right on my way. Sing a whole scenery with your stunning beauty. Ooh, you couldn't make a brighter thing. An ordinary thing, a supernatural being. And no, you are brighter than the moon, brighter than the star. Love is just the way you are. It's you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. You take me where I never been. You make my heart get sing-a-ling-a-ling. Yeah, you are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. And to remind me of a thing, yeah. And that is the African. Fonyo bulu banangu bomu bwesabye Nakoze omupango nefuna yankuma Zumuvuko moto mulungi kati nakuma Anjagalanga bwendi yatenga tanyoma Baby, ono wampisa chakatonda Bwasobya netunda Tawuliriza ngambo Zekwenoze yamanyi omukwano La 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 Nafunye wampisa yanakuma Omulunja wesekitima Nafunye wampisa yanakuma Subiza kubeera nawe sigenda kwetusa Kulaga omukwano mungi sigenda kwefuula Nja kukola bingi baby sigenda kwesaza Ofunye omusajja omulungi atagenda kudaza Baby ndi wampisa Katonda Bwesobya netonda Siwuliriza ngambo Zekulunze manyi omukwano La 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 Nafunye wampisa yanakuma Omulungi awesentitiwa Nafunye wampisa yanakuma
this dinner, you must be my friend, so that you can qualify to call me Penny. Welcome to this Reproductive Justice Baraza dinner by the poolside. Don't be fooled by the calmness of the pool. If you get clumsy, you will swim. And I'm not sure we have the energy to take off our high heels to jump in and save you. So please be careful as you walk around the pool. The water is real, and you will fall in it and drown if you cannot swim. Only if you cooperate. Minute in the spirit of lightening or lighting up the space. Allow me to ask you to open your minds and your hearts one more time for a few words, just very few words, very, very few. A few words from the one and only Nina Zamberlin from Force Feminista. And as she comes, yes, that's the spirit. That's the spirit. The spirit of young people should possess you right now in Jesus' name. And the people said amen as they got possessed. As we welcome Nina to say a short hello to us, I want you to remember that this is not just a dinner. It is a gathering of people who believe in reproductive justice, want reproductive justice, and are working towards reproductive justice. So welcome, Nina.
Thank you so much. I didn't know it was going to be just me, but here I am. Thank you so much. I want to welcome you once again to the Baraza, and on behalf of Rios, my colleague Analia Banfi, and myself, we represent the group from Latin America. We've traveled a very long way, day and a half minimum, and we're very glad to be here. We have representatives from Brazil, Argentina, Ecuador, Peru, and probably I'm missing a couple more, but we're very glad to be here. This is our second Baraza, at least for Force Feminista and for Rios. This is becoming something familiar in a way, being in Uganda this time in August for the second time in a row. And we really appreciate that we have been co-conveners of this space, and this implied working on developing the agenda and interacting with the AHAKI team. And mostly I want to thank Sharon Lenny, who's been always there. And despite the time difference and the distance, we were able to figure out a collaborative work agenda. And we have 2 more days to go. We think that this south-to-south exchange and collaboration should continue beyond the Baraza, and we're open to building those bridges and connecting partners. That's what we do at FOSS. We connect and we foster transregional interactions, and we really hope we can come out of this Baraza with more work beyond the meeting itself. So thank you again, everybody, and wish you a wonderful next 2 days. I think it's going to be a very enriching, productive, and warm encounter. So thank you so much for having us, and let's have fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Clearly, you did not hear what she said if you're not clapping. This side, I am going to penalize you. You will have dinner last. Huh? The people on my right, you will have dinner last. You're not clapping, you're not happy, you are not enjoying yourselves. We are not sure why you came here and you are just angry at us. Hey! Okay, in the spirit of shaking things up and just putting some of the weight of today's events off of our shoulders, I'm going to ask us to stand because we're going to dance a bit. I am not happy with the mood. So we're going to dance a bit and shake off all the weight and then we will continue. DJ, play this tune. Everybody get up. Let me see you get up. Yes, Brenda. Let's go. Everybody on your table, just shake a bit. Shake a little bit. Shake off today's weight. Shake off today's worries. Shake off everything that has stressed you during the day that you're angry about, that you're revolutionized about. I'm not seeing people dancing. Dr. Mulumba and your table, I see you cheating. I see you cheating. Where are the young people to show us how that is done? DJ Ukozotia. To you, my... Them go. Them go. Them go. Let's not be dancing shyly. You have the most show us. Thank you so much, DJ. The people have showed us that they can dance. That's number one. Number two, there are those who have showed us that they are not able to dance. And so when the time for dancing comes, we shall excuse them and stay here and dance properly. So I don't want to alarm anyone, but it's about to get a bit emotional. Right about now, we are going to celebrate women who have faced different prisons, prisons of patriarchy, literal bars, broken systems, and many other prisons. And they've said, not on my womb. Never. And I am going to invite two phenomenal people that already had a distinct honor of speaking to us today. Hey, I see people are walking in with gowns and flowing dresses. Why did no one not tell me to go and change? You people are bad. You have bad manners. You should have told me to go and put on my dinner dress. Now look at me. I feel underdressed for this occasion.
Those who are just joining us, you're very, very welcome. And I don't want to start this very emotional ceremony with people walking in, so I will allow you to take your seats. There's more seats on my right than there is on my left. So if you can see me, you can tell the left from the right of where I stand. If you can't see me, I don't know. You need to pay God some tithe and you see me in the spirit. Where was I? I was in the spirit. That's not where I was. I was just about to say that I am going to invite two phenomenal people that have honored us with their time and their talent and their wisdom today to spend the day with us, and they are going to do the honor, the distinct honor of taking on this next part that we are getting into, which is an award ceremony. Now, if you're there, they are awarding and why they are awarding them, you might just be the one being awarded. That echo just freaked me out. Am I safe? Are we safe? Okay. So, I was saying we're getting into a very brief award ceremony. This award ceremony is in recognition of our heroines receiving the Ahaki Impact Award. And to take us through that ceremony, the people that are going to award these people are none other than... I'm looking at the table and everyone's eyes are on me, so I don't know how to welcome the people going to introduce. But I will start with Honorable Norbert Mao. I know that... Did you people hear what I said? Do I have to stand in the middle of this pool so that you can clap? You're the ones who said no formalities, no bios, no what, this evening, we just want to chill. So now I've said, do you want me to read his whole profile? Should I read the profile? Okay, so we are trying to get dinner. Now when I mention only two of his accolades, you don't clap. Let me welcome him again. Honorable Norbert Mao. I'm going to ask him to stand here in the light because some people can't see you. I know that people in this corner won't be able to see you, but here. And Honorable Norbert Mao is going to do us the honor of award one of our recipients of the Ahaki Impact Award 2025. I am stalling because I don't see the Ahaki team bringing the award. As they bring the award, this person is a woman of, where is it supposed to start? There. Okay. The person being awarded tonight is a woman who, after surviving a violent rape, was denied timely access to emergency contraception and later to a lawful abortion under Zimbabwe's Termination Pregnancy Act of 1977. Her case exposed the devastating failures of state actors, police, doctors, and judicial officers who delayed or denied her the care and justice to which she was legally entitled. Nearly 10 years passed before she saw any meaningful recognition of the harm she endured, a delay that reveals the enduring structural defects in institutions meant to protect the most vulnerable. Through the Supreme Court, though the Supreme Court recognized some state liability, it fell short of confronting the deeper systemic and gendered harms at the heart of her ordeal. Yet in refusing to be silenced, She triggered something greater than a legal ruling. She ignited a movement. Her case became a rallying point for advocates, scholars, and grassroots organizers across Africa fighting to dismantle institutional barriers to reproductive health care. Across courtrooms, across classrooms, and community clinics, her name continues to echo. Her case is now cited not just in legal briefs, but in campaigns, constitutional debates, and litigation strategies aimed at transforming laws and institutions that have long failed African women and girls. The Haki Award honors this particular woman for her unyielding pursuit of justice and for showing the continent what it means to turn personal tragedy into collective emancipation. Her courage did not just shift the law, it shifted the conversation. Allow me, with a big round of applause, to welcome Mildred Mapingwire from... Did you hear the name? Mildred Mapingwire. Your fight has reshaped the boundaries of reproductive justice across Africa. You have reminded us that dignity is not granted, it is demanded, and you demanded it not just for yourself, but for generations to come. And so with deep admiration and on behalf of those your courage has touched, we present you this award through the Honorable Minister. If you're not clapping, you're jealous, and jealous people go to... And so we're going to award one more person. I'll ask Mildred to say, because she has to give an acceptance speech. We can't just allow her to go away for her. But again, I have to remind you, if you're not shouting, if you're not clapping, if you're not rejoicing, you're jealous. And jealousy is witchcraft. So if you're jealous today, you're a witch. If you're jealous, you're a witch. Don't be jealous. So I'm going to invite Honorable Winnie Byanyima to do the honors of awarding our second woman. And as she comes, I will read the profile of the person awarded. The person that's being awarded, not yes. Everybody now knows you. Solomon did justice to your profiles. Yes. So the second person that's receiving this wonderful Haki Impact Award 2025 this evening is someone that we want to honor not just for a lifetime of service, but as an illumination of the power of scholarship, law, feminist leadership as tools of transformation. This woman is a towering figure in African jurisprudence. She's a woman of many fasts, the first East African woman to earn a PhD in law, the first female full professor of law in East Africa, the first Ugandan appointed to the Constitutional and Supreme Courts based on scholarly merit. Yet these titles only hint at the depth of her contribution. Do we know who I'm talking about? Can we as if guess? Okay, let me continue. Her influence her influential publications, including Women's Violent Crime in Uganda, More Sinned Against Than Sinning, criminal law in Uganda, sexual assaults and offenses, and many, many, many others have become foundational texts centering African women's experiences within legal doctrine and reshaping how justice systems understand violence, culpability, and power. She has carried this work beyond academia. She is a fierce advocate for women's right to education and has also been quiet. Because you have to first attain all these things on this paper to be shouting when I'm reading such a profile. Aha. Let me continue. Recent research on quality assurance in higher education reaffirms her belief that justice must permeate every institution. In a continent still grappling with entrenched inequalities in law, health, and governance, she is the kind of principled visionary leadership that the Ahaki Impact Award was created to honor. Her work embodies the award's mission, which is to recognize resilience, catalyze systemic change, and uplift those whose excellence charts new paths for justice and liberation. So tonight, we not only celebrate her achievements, but her future as she continues to build one future where African women are not subjects of the law, but are authors and arbiters. Welcome with me, Honorable Justice Professor Lilian Tibatemwa Echiribakunza. Jealous people, where are you? Jealous people are not clapping, they are not shouting, they are not doing anything. We don't know what to do for you. And so now I'm going to allow them to receive their awards and also give their acceptance speeches. Okay, before that, a few words. I'm not giving away this award without saying a few words. It's a true joy and honor that I am the one to give the award to Justice Lilian Tibatemwa Ekirikubinza. Let's agree that Ekirikubinza is a tongue twister. But it's an honor. She is an extraordinary woman, and I mean that. Every word I say, I really mean. She's a fearless mind. I underline the word mind because she thinks, she observes, and she writes. She's a thought leader who is honest and speaks truth to power. So she is a fearless mind in a time when many are threatened and fear to use their minds. She's a steadfast voice for justice. A steadfast voice for justice. When I read her book, More Sinned Against Than Sinning, I was moved because it spoke and wrote in eloquent words what I had experienced as it didn't even open my eyes to how the law fails women, especially poor women, because that I had experienced. But it opened my eyes what the law can do when it's guided by empathy and truth through her scholarship, your scholarship, and principled judgment. Especially those who are pushed to the margins, who are discriminated. You have walked with integrity
You have spoken with courage, at great risk to yourself, and you have led with grace. Justice Tibatemwa. I won't try the tongue twister second part of your name. Thank you for showing us that justice is possible, for inspiring us to dream and to fight on. With deep respect and admiration, I offer you this award.
You guys know Shipa's new song of jealous people everywhere. I see jealous people everywhere. All of you are witches. The cameras are taking their photos from the dark there. So, jealous people, before you get tired of being jealous and your hearts explode from jealousy, first listen to the acceptance speeches, please. And clap when they speak.
Hello, everyone. Let me come in front, and you can see how ugly I am. I love you all. Thank you very much. I feel humbled. I feel highly honored to receive such an award, even though I don't deserve it. Thank you very much. I would like to thank AHAKI. Is that an organization? Wow, thank you. AHAKI, okay. I would like to thank AHAKI for the award. It means a lot, not only to me, but to all the survivors out there. There is a lot of discrimination, name and shaming. We are like outcasts in the society. But I encourage and implore them to keep on fighting, because there is also a life after rape. So we as the survivors, on behalf of all the survivors out there, those that are speaking out or those that are silent, I would like to appreciate AHAKI for the award. I would like to dedicate this award to my legal practitioners first, that is Zimbabwe Women Lawyers Association. For me to be here, it's because of them. Because there was a certain time when my family denied me, they were there for me. When I had no friend, they were there for me as friends. When I needed legal assistance, they were there for me. When I needed financial help, they were there for me. So on behalf, I would like to say thank you very much to Zimbabwe Women Lawyers Association. Right now, present here, we have our beautiful Executive Director, Abigail Machai, and all those that are not here. Secondly, I would like to dedicate this award to my baby girl, Wimba Inashe. She's not here. The one I conceived through that rape. She's now 19, and I dedicate this award to her again. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So you guys, I am going to cut off dinner today over the drink supply. That will hurt you more. The drink supply will hurt you more. I should leave the dinner and cut off the drinks. Mildred, you are deserving of all good things, and you are so beautiful. Never, ever, ever use your mouth to say you're not beautiful. You are so beautiful, and you are deserving of every good and perfect thing this earth has to offer. And now we are going to hear from Our Lady Justice.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good evening. At a time such as this, sometimes I'm at a loss in terms of what to say, because the journey has been long, and certainly the people who have made it possible for me are many. As I was standing here, I thought, wow, I must dedicate this to some people. And I'll be very personal. I want to dedicate this to my late father, Christopher Tibatemwa, and my late mother, Caroline Mutekanga Tibatemwa. They invested in me, and they appreciated and valued me as a girl child. Our parents never realized how much of feminists they were, because had they lived during our times, then they would have realized that by accepting that the girl child is as valuable as the boy child, therein they were feminists. I will confess that I was taken to the best schools that they could afford. And our brothers too were taken to the best schools in the country, both from primary and secondary school. So they were feminists. Both mom and dad were feminists. I never realized that they were. Had I realized at that time, I would have told them that they were feminists. I do recall one day I was talking to my mom and I told her, but mommy, you took me to a boarding school when I was 5.5. That was child abuse. I should have said, thank you, feminist, for having done what you thought was best. But I also want to dedicate this to my husband, Paul, the owner of that tongue-twisting name. And why? I got married before I had my PhD. But Paul, at no time did he think it was wrong for me to go for a PhD. And I remember when let's go back to my master's. I got a scholarship to go and do my master's. And by that time, we were dating. So many people whispered to me and said, is it sensible for you to go for your master's? Do you think you will find that wonderful man waiting? But at no time did Paul say, indicate that it was a problem. In fact, later on he said to me, for me that was a test that we could get apart and still be faithful to each other. So I always tell him that he brings out the best in me. So those three people deserve to share the accolades. But what a beautiful moment that of all people, it is Winnie Byanyima to present me with the Ahaki Award. I don't think this is a coincidence. I call it prophecy. So thank you very much, Winnie, and thank you, Ahaki. And I really thank you, the team, for having thought me worth it. Really? Really? Yeah, and these people who thought that I was, Moses, how could you have thought that I was worth this award? And it's wonderful to be a teacher, because this morning I met somebody who I taught on a course in women's law in Zimbabwe. So it's not just Makerere, it is Zimbabwe women's law. Thank you very much.
Jealous people everywhere. That's my lyric for today. This side, Okumanya, you're jealous. You've even slept. So let me focus on the side that's awake. These people this side have slept. So in the spirit of celebration, before I allow these people to take their seats, please give a big round of applause for our moderators today, starting with Jade. Jade, who carried us this afternoon. Please clap for Jade. Let's celebrate Jade. Let's celebrate in a special way Bookie Williams. Bookie has moderated a panel in the most scientific time I have ever seen. She was on pressure, sweating, dying, setting boundaries, but she did it. Thank you, Bookie. And I want us to give a bigger round of applause to Salome for holding the fort through the whole day. Yes. And as Salome walks up here, and our special rapporteurs and the committee, and Dr. Brenda and the committee for the ARJA, we are doing one more thing. I told you we are going to do two big things, and then I will release you to dance. You can sleep here, by the way, only that it will be by the pool. We are not paying. You can spend the night, but it will be by the pool. The chairs are free, the water is free, the lights will be on, the music will be on, but you won't have a bed. So, the committee for the ARJA, the chairperson committee ARJA, please make your way here. And as you come, I will invite Dr. Brenda to come as well, and the two special rapporteurs and the members of the executive committee, please come so that we can launch this strategic plan. Sorry. And I see, please, let me get out of your way. Come closer as Molly rallies her committee. Professor Ben, please join us as well as we launch this very powerful strategy. But before we launch it, I'll ask the chair to say a short word to introduce us to the strategy, and then we will do the launching.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for giving me this honor to actually introduce the strategic plan. I will just start explaining the journey to the Alliance to begin with. The Alliance was conceptualized at the inaugural Reproductive Justice Litigation Baraza in 2023. This was formed from a consensus that we had as participants at the Baraza. We agreed to move in a unified way and to build a movement on litigating reproductive justice in Africa. From there, we started to take all the ideas and contributions of all the participants and see how best we can forge forward so that we can advance reproductive justice. And as a result, we launched the African Reproductive Justice Litigation Alliance in 2024. It's actually very emotional for me to really look back and think it's already been a year since we launched the alliance. And for the committee, we were appointed to this position, and to be honest with you, I was also not ready to be the chairperson, but when the duty called, I had to rise to the occasion, but I couldn't do it without the support from the committee members and the secretariat, of course. So we had meetings every other time because the committee consisted of members from different parts of the continent. We have a member from Nigeria, from Zimbabwe, from Uganda. I am from Malawi. We have another member from Rwanda, and we also have a member from Kenya. So we all dedicated a day in every month to talk about how we can actually make the alliance vibrant, how we can build on it, and how we can actually make an impact on the continent. In April, we all met in Uganda, and we sat down and really thought through making a strategic plan so that we can forge a solid way on how the alliance will actually conduct its activities and actually support the partners that are present here in the work that they do on a day-to-day basis. As a result of the strategic plan, we developed clusters, and in those clusters we have strategic litigation, research, and we also have movement building. We felt these are very important areas for us to actually build on and have members contribute towards significantly in these clusters. As a result of all this planning, we are actually confident that through these clusters, we'll actually make significant impacts, bring change, and actually revolve the way litigation is actually conducted regarding reproductive justice in Africa. And with that, I'm actually very, very honored to have to be launching this plan in the presence of great women who I never even dreamed that I would have the privilege of meeting. And it's really a privilege for all of us as a committee to be a part of this momentous and historic moment. And on that note, I would like to invite the Secretariat to usher us through the launch of the strategic plan. Thank you.
I think the plan is already launched. We just need to acknowledge by signing that we have all sanctioned the plan, and then we roll it out. Yeah, there are markers that are here. Each one of us on the floor here, we request you to humbly sign, and then we formally roll out the certificate.
Young people, where are the young people? Where are the young people? Okay, where are the young at heart? Where are the young at legs only? Where are the young in the head? You see, you don't just launch things uneventfully like that. You make noise, you clap, you dance, score a happy dance, what, things like that. So, DJ, I need you to be in class. Are you there? Because my dead eyes can't see you from this far, but... DJ, people have said they are not paying you. I'm just relaying the communication. So, be in class. All these powerful people, I am going to count down, and they are going to say, we have launched, by dancing and signing and doing all those things, but while we are all in class. Are we together? So in 3, you people are not there. Is it the food or the wine or the whiskey has entered the chat room? In 3, drum roll. You use your knife and fork to hit your table like that. Ta -da 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 -da. In 3, this side is sleeping. This side is sleeping. This side is sleeping. 2, 1. We officially launched the Now we can officially sign.
My grandma told me that I could be just anything that I wanted to. When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I could be just anything that I wanted to.
Don't worry, all of you are going to get an opportunity to understand what the strategic plan is about, as it will be shared on the website and in the many spaces that we belong. Where are the queen dancers? That is an old people song, and us, we are young.
Congratulations.
Hey, DJ. Anyway, they say they are not paying you, so whom am I?
More music on trendybeats.com.
Yes, that's the way to go.
I want to flex my love, I want to impress her, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I want to impress her, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves.
Who's your guy? Is your guy here?
Now only me, one life. See us we day like this sunrise. I will never leave your side. I will never. I dedicate my time to you, my guy. Even if the road be rough, I don't mind.
Okay. Thank you so much, DJ. Now, as people, now that our hearts are full and the emotions have gotten out of the way, I would like to, the committee can take a picture with this strategy, with the strategic plan launch dummy. Please take a picture, but while they do that, I would like to, who's feeling very spiritual and wants to pray for our food? Okay, I will just pray. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Isn't that enough? Okay. So I would like to invite you to dinner, and as you go to dinner, the famous Abeka band is going to take us away with beautiful melodies and good music that will push the food down to our stomachs and everywhere it's supposed to be. You are welcome to the dinner table. The drinks are open. Please don't be shy. I will be back here to open the dance.
Everything you put your hand.
People are not happy about my dinner announcement. Kale, God is watching you.
Everything you put your hand.
Abeka band.
Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Every hustler getting paid. Where the hustle go come the pay. Your own in no go take. Amen. If you don't find work, do your own. God self go do his own. And flesh go cover bone. Amen. Amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen.
Waiting me up tonight. My day Yankee tonight. Make a play with Choppy tonight. Now me and you tonight. I'm so hungry tonight. Make me happy tonight. If you smoke backy tonight, then I go give you backy tonight. Yeah.
Oh, baby, I'm feeling good, baby. Don't know if you feel it too, baby. She make me the move, baby. Joke me now for days. You know me too, baby. I go say I miss you, baby. She make me the move, baby. Cause it in my cup. I'm a lot of neighbors on my cup. And I will use the rubber and I fly you, and I fly you, and I fly you.